Hello, everyone. Welcome to another. Oi! Sorry about that. We've got a dog fight going in the background. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another Sunday night Aquarium Anonymous live stream. We've got a big night tonight. It's going to be a very big night. Funny enough, tonight's guest, I've only really met twice in person, and both, I believe, were at Fragorama. And I've spoken to a few times over the phone. But it's the kind of guy, the kind of person that you just know that's going to be a good night when there's a good chinwag going to happen. There's just that feeling in my loin. So what I like to say is cheers. My name is Adam. I'll be your host this evening. And I am addicted to aquariums, just like you. So tonight already we've got in the chat, in the group, welcome everybody. We've got Praddy87. How you going, buddy? We've got Gills from Gills Fish Room. Thank you, Gil. I've got a little unboxing coming on later on. Quilly's Reef 13, who turned 49 not that long ago. Welcome, mate. We've got Quay, the Ginger Ninja from South Africa. We've got Gary, the Great Bearded Reefer. How you going, buddy? I'm glad to see you figured out that comment section. And we've got Steve, the Fish Collector Extraordinaire. Not to mention, I've got Funkalicious in the house. How you going, buddy? And my wife, feeling it in my loin. Well, everybody, tonight I'm going to bring on our special guest. Let's get him onto stage and he can introduce himself. How you going, buddy?
Good, mate. Good. Thanks for having me on.
Why don't you introduce yourself to the audience out there?
Okay. Well, my name is Julian Baggio, and I've had a serious addiction to aquariums since I was 5, so over 45 years. And I can't quite kick this habit. So, yeah, that's a little bit about me.
And, mate, we've got Julian has sent me through a whole bunch of footage from his life and career in, let's just call it Fishland. And there is an absolute diversity, I guess I'd say, of places you've been, from collecting giant fish, from helping out in Cairns Marine, to fishing off the reefs, from fishing in freshwater, to now working at, well, one of the premier reef labs in the world. And we're going to dive through all of that tonight. Do you want to give us a bit of an update or background or a bit of a heads up as to how you got started in the aquarium hobby?
Okay, well,
that's not the one. Hang on, that's not the one either. That's the one.
Okay. Yeah, so it started, my addiction, with a very small tank, probably about a 20-litre, 30-litre tank that my auntie bought me when I was 5 or 6. We had guppies in there. I think we had just awesome swordtails and mollies and stuff. And they bred. And I remember the babies, yeah, really hard to breed. And I remember the babies, and I was blown away. I remember seeing this little baby swimming around, and I ran out to my mum and said, look, I bred fish, So that probably, that's the earliest memory I really remember of being captured by an aquarium at such a young age. But I think I was lucky because my brother and I, we had a creek that ran down behind, not far from our house. We were in Windsor, and Wilston had this creek that ran through, and I think we were just creek
Brisbane.
Brisbane, yeah, Brisbane. Yep. So we were little creek rats, and we were just always down. We'd rod our pushies down, no helmets, back in the 80s. I know Mum didn't know where we were most of the day, and we'd get down there, and I think we saw some. I'm sure that someone locally just dropped their, again, swordtails and stuff in this creek, and there was a breeding population down there. So we were always after the red, the red ones, and there were rainbows in there as well, I'm sure, but a lot of guppies. And I can remember we had to work out a way because we had a little aquarium nets and we were trying to catch these things and not having any success. So I suppose I would become a collector at the age of 5 or 6, or no, probably about 10 by that stage.
So now I'm waiting to hear that you became a wheeler and dealer and took all those brightly red-coloured swordtails and platies down to the aquarium store and cashed them all in.
Mate, I wasn't that advanced. I used to just keep them in my tank. But we we end up going and grabbing some. Dad had a roll of screen, like fly screen, under the house, and we actually at one point, I don't think we even asked him. We just went and cut this big chunk of it off, and my brother and I seined this net, this creek. It was about 4 meters wide, and we got thousands of guppies, but all the red ones. We pull out the sword tails and stuff, bring them back. I think then we actually caught some eels, some small eels, glass eels, and I tried keeping those in the tanks. Then we had to catch guppies to feed the eels, and then because we were stupid, we didn't know that eels wouldn't sit in a tank for very long. My mum would find them under the bed when she was vacuuming, dried up and looking horrific. And yeah, it didn't stop. I just guess we had a little. It was one of the best shops, I think, back in the day. Was Atlas Aquarium on Days Road.
Still not store.
Yep, great store. They moved and different owners now, but Hazel was the lady that I used to go, and she was really cranky. I was scared of her. And we used to go there, and I would buy different things, a little hang-on filter, and all the back in the day, all the different things you'd buy.
So you're a freshwater. You're an aquarist in general. You're not just like today. You work for Triton ICP. We'll just say Triton ICP lab up in Cairns, but Triton Applied Reef Biosciences. But you're not just a coral guy. You are an aquarist through and through, because there's one guy in the chat at the moment. We've got Gil from down there on the borderlands of Victoria and New South Wales that likes to groan and groan because there's another saltwater guy on tonight. But that's not the case.
No, just an aquarist, straight through and through. And I think you got some pictures of I got obviously the reef tank, the 2,500 litre Triton lab tank, which we have all SPS, and we're ESEN's trying to, fly rockets to the outer solar system with 21 X4s on it. But I got two little freshwater tanks for my kids.
Yep.
Well, I say they're for my kids, but they're for me as well. So they're my little bit of escape from the marine, because I deal with so much marine now. Like, I'm always talking marine because I don't know. We're doing this Master Your Trace Element subscription, which I'm part of the support team, which then helps people with their aquariums and support them with basic questions. So I'm dealing with marine questions and problems all the day, where I get it gives me a little release to just go into fresh and enjoy that. And my kids, the basis, they get to know that they've got to clean the glass, they've got to change the filters and feed the fish. So I'm trying to pass my addiction on to the next generation.
Well, we've got a lot to deep dive into all of that later on, but I want to know, we'll reach you at the age of about 10-ish or 10 to teenage years. I believe you went to university and did biology or applied science or something like that. I'm assuming if you were like me, you had a Mertens water monitor in your dorm room at university or something.
So what happened, I left school and actually in grade 10, I think I went to a career advisor. And at that stage, I also grew up with a healthy kind of connection to the beach, because my grandfather built a house, a little beach shack at Caloundra, which is about an hour north of Brisbane. And I grew up, I guess, again, every holidays, my family would all pile into the car, and all my cousins and aunties and uncles and that would all meet at this beach house. And we would, just have our holidays. Every holiday was always at Caloundra. And we had, fortunately, apart from being a really amazing surf break, I found out years later, but it had rocks, like a big rock ledge off Dickey Beach. And my brother would go down there and just fossick in these rock pools. And again, I don't know what my parents used to do. They used to just sit at the beach shack and have a great time.
Blue ring, whatever, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I didn't care. It was the 80s.
Actually, on that note, I got a story from Fructalicious to tell you a bit later on about a blue-ringed octopus. But anyway, continue.
We used to go to these rock pools, and my brother he's a bit, I don't think he's as smart as I am. He would put his fingers under and pull out crabs who would grab onto his hands. I would never do it. But we'd bring all these animals back in buckets, and sorry to say now, we'd probably killed lots of things because we'd want to try and keep them back at the house. and I didn't know anything about, aeration or filtration or any of the things that, everyone basically should know. So we were probably the monsters of the rock pools, terrorizing all the poor animals. But now, I think that you look at that, again, end up surfing and surf club as a lifesaver. And I just had this connection to the beach. And funnily enough, I finished school and I I enrolled in engineering at University of Queensland. Probably failed that for 2 years. Didn't apply myself. Probably was having a little bit of an exploration of fun times, and pretty much dropped out and didn't know what I was going to do. But I was going to say, when I was in grade 10, I said I wanted to be a marine biologist to a career advisor, and he said, "Listen, your marks are you do pretty well at school, so you should probably aim for something a bit higher. You should be looking at something else." And I ended up doing engineering. So engineering, and then after I dropped out, I spoke to another friend of the family, and he said, "What are your passions?" And I said, "Aquarium keeping, the ocean, beach." And he said, "Well, marine biology." I said, "Yeah, well, that's what I thought I should do, but decided against it." And then I had to go back and tell Dad that I was thinking of doing marine science at UQ. And he wasn't that impressed. He was pretty upset about it. He said, "What are you going to do for a living?"
No, you got to say it with the accent. Well, what are you doing to do with the living?
No, he's born in Italy, but he was Aussie, very Aussie by that stage. And he said, "What are you going to fucking hug dolphins?" Excuse me. That's what he said. Is that what you? That's what he said. So
you said, "Fuck no, I'm going to hug dugongs instead."
So I said, "No, I'll find something real in amongst it all." And that's probably what led me down the path when I did as you go through the degree, it's basic zoology. You do a lot of different aspects of biology, and then you kind of, wheedle into more what you want to do. And I actually went to one of the subjects was at Heron Island, and it's a very, very popular subject to go up to Heron Island and get a few credit points for spending a week at Heron Island as a subject. Yeah. But when we were there, there were this really passionate a bunch of lecturers that were parasitologists. So they were like these crazy guys that were world experts. They were traveling the world doing, conferences and stuff, all from Brisbane. And they were different types of parasitology. There was obviously the ones that, really focused on flukes and stuff like that and writing papers. And I remember at the time we were at Heron Island, and we had this thing where we had to catch shovel-nosed sharks, bring them into the lab, go through their euthanize them in a very nice way, and then make sure that you look through their intestines and look for these different parasites. And I was at a microscope, and I called one of the lecturers over and said, "I think I found something." And and he goes, "Oh yeah, that's a genus something, but probably new species." And I was like, "What do you mean, like new species?" He said, "Oh, well, there's so much that's not known about anything on the reef that hasn't been investigated enough. We haven't got enough people doing work on these parasites." He said, "That's probably a new species." So I guess that, and my mate and I were both probably stumbling through our degree, and then we both got this real kick in the bum of just, or more passion, I guess, of going, wow, this is kind of interesting, and there's stuff to be learnt and found. So it really did change both our...
You tell me you're a parasitologist, are you?
Yep. That's what I specialized in. So I'm a marine parasitologist, and most people don't ask me what the hell that means. So I fall back on
drink.
What's that, mate?
I said, "Fuck me, that makes me have a drink."
Well,
worms.
Worms. Well, Lyle always says that I'm. Well, I'll get to that. I found some parasites when I was working at Cairns Marine, not working with us, but in the sharks and stingrays, and I used to send them.
Not in the office.
Not in the office. Not that I'll name. But I was sending stuff down to one of my former lecturers. He was working at the South Australian Museum at the time, and he was stoked. He said, "Oh, mate, you're a gold mine." And I was just sending stuff down from sawfish. In the end, he said, "Listen, do you mind if I name something after you?" And I was like, "Oh,
holy crap, you're famous."
Well, I'm not famous, but I've got a parasite named after me.
Hang on. Wait. I'm going to share this screen. I've got a Google here. What's the name of this parasite? There's the ant plant we had before.
Neob. Yeah, there's the ant plant. Neob. So Neob.
Yeah.
Neob entobdella. ENT.
Is that one word?
Yep, that's the genus. Neo entobdella Baggio is my parasite. There's a soccer player, Roberto.
Is that it on a tang?
No, it should be on a thorny stingray. Urogymnus asperamus, I think is.
Is it called Neobetadinia?
No, Neo entobdella. ENTOBDELLA.
All right, not working for it.
It's there somewhere. Yeah, so I was honoured, of course, to get. Lyle laughed. He would always tell people that it was named after a parasite, or a parasite was named after me that came from this the bum of a stingray.
I think he's just jealous that there's no squire eye out there.
Oh, he's got a few fish named after him now, mate. He does.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay. All right. That didn't work.
He's me there, mate. He's got me there. I'm a parasite. He's a fish.
So, just for reference, you've graduated uni. You're looking at worms and flukes on fish at the tender age of what?
24, 25.
25. You're a skinny young man with a cap on the top. And so was Cairns Marine your first job after that?
Yeah. What I did a couple of voluntary work experience trips. I met a girl at a party who I didn't realize had a boyfriend at the time, but we still become friends. And she lived
whoa, back up. We've all got that kind of story, haven't we?
Yeah. She was nice. But how
many hours were you working at that? At her, how many hours?
Oh, mate, I've lost count. It was
mate. I had a party when I was younger, and do you remember the book called The Celestine Prophecy?
Yes, I do. Great book.
And it was a really good book, but it was such a good book that it was almost like a religion, wasn't it? The people that read it they almost like Scientology now.
Yep.
The basis of it being that you are in the place you are for a reason. You will meet the people you will meet for a reason, for whatever amount of time it's supposed to be, rada. Anyway, there I am at a party, and I was about 18 years of age, very nervous, very skinny, kind of a bit, and all of a sudden this little lady who was quite groovy, quite attractive with a different kind of a flair starts talking to me. And I'm going, uh-oh, my wife is listening. Anyway, so I don't know. She might have heard this story already, but she's hearing it now anyway. She starts to tell me about the Celestine Prophecy, this kind of book, and she's been reading it, and I'm thinking, wow, that's really interesting. And she's devoting a lot of time to me. And I'm thinking, fuck, this girl's hot. I think I'm in. So hours we're talking by ourselves, Julian. I'm sure you were there, mate. You're sitting by yourself. You're away from the crowd. It's feeling a little bit intimate, a little bit sort of like genuine. And then I build up enough connection. I build up enough courage to ask her if I can see her for a cup of coffee the next day. And she tells me I'm a lesbian. Now, the question is, my memory serves me that quite possibly could have been true, because she did have that groovy kind of inner Sydney, Newtown kind of glebe vibe going on, or it could have been the old phrase that I think we may have both heard back in our day.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nah, we've been there. We've all been down that road. No, we became friends regardless. And it was only because I was telling her what I was studying that she said, "Oh, well, my brother works up in." She said, "I'm from Cairns. I'm down here studying at same university." She said, "But that my brother's up in Cairns and he works for this company that collects fish for reef, like for aquariums all around the world." And I'm like, "That job exists?" I didn't even think about it, you know.
Yeah.
Which again comes back to, I guess, the other thing that I probably sparked my let's say addiction is that I think SeaWorld, when I was really young, going to the old Gold Coast one when they had the big shark tank, that not Shark Bay now, but which is great. I end up working on helping them stock Shark Bay down the track. But you know, I remember going to that big, super big tank, 2 stories high, with sharks and stingrays, and just sitting there looking at it whenever we got a chance to go to the Gold Coast. And I think that when I heard that this guy her brother was working for this company, I'm like, oh, that'd be amazing. You know, I'm still doing second year, but I would love to come up and you know, talk to these guys. So yeah, she organised it. I ended up going up on the September holidays, and I went up and met Lyle, sat down with Lyle, and just spoke about what I was studying. And that's probably what he was keen about. He goes, oh, you know, we get wild animals, we bring them into closed systems, and if you can identify parasites and know how to treat them, then that's going to help us to improve, you know, our husbandry. And at that time there was one, sorry.
No, continue.
Oh, there was just one other marine. So it was the family. So there was kind of like Lyle, his brother, and his parents, and one marine biologist, Donna, who was incredible. She was she's awesome. She worked her bum off. And then it was the divers. So you had the boat with about 4 divers working on there with Cadel, the Lyle's brother. And then there was, you know, Lyle in the office, his mum and dad, Donna and I.
All right.
Well, that's when I got the job. But yeah, I just thought I'd do work experience with them for a couple of times. And Lyle said, listen, and I was like, oh, it's cool. I'll see all these parasites. He goes, mate, I don't care what they are. Just tell me how to kill them. That's all he cared about.
Now, Julian, I've got some footage here of your time with Cairns Marine. Give me an age. 24, 25?
I would have been 25, I reckon, when I was there.
All right.
These videos, yeah, around 25, 27.
All right. You've got some pretty important jobs on hand up here at the moment, mate. So you want to talk us through what's going on in this video? I have clipped it down a little bit, but you're getting a Queensland groper for public aquarium display. Look very closely in the passenger side window.
See, there's
look at that.
Being alerted to. Yep. Lowell said to me afterwards, don't be an idiot. Make it look professional. Yeah, this is us and a bunch. There's Cadel, his mum Beverly Squire, a few friends, all hands on deck. Another mate of mine, actually, the guy with his back to us, he was from uni. He did uni with me.
Now, there's one thing I've noticed here, mate, is that you're the only one wearing a shirt. Must mean that you don't want to show off the muscles to the rest of the crew.
Yeah, exactly, mate. It's like you keep. It's nothing to show.
Don't want to shame them. Don't want to shame them.
I had nothing going on, mate. The kid beside me with the 6-pack was probably shaming me to not take my shirt off. But yeah, no, we're lifting a very large groper, probably a 6-footer. And there was a limit to the size of groper we could catch. There would actually be bigger ones that would straighten the hooks that we were using, and they were actually custom hooks that we'd actually get made. But that was about as big as we deal with. There's me 20 kilos ago.
So if there's anybody, sorry, Julian, if there's anybody out there that's hell-bent on doing marine biology and parasitology, these are the kind of important jobs you can do, and that is there, undo the sling.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'll say 7 years because of engineering, but all those years of uni allowed me to put my hand on the sharp end of the groper and open up the bag. There you go.
And a $40,000 headset.
Yeah. But I'll tell you something interesting. These things remind me of little things, but there's a tank beside that tank. That's the smaller of the two. There's a big 5,000 litre tank beside it. And in that tank, we'd have the small black-tipped reef sharks.
I saw that.
Yeah, 10 of them in there. And the crazy thing was that we put the groper in the tank beside it, which is then connected to the same system. And it was the smell or the something would connect obviously through the filter and then back to the black tip tank. They would absolutely lose the plot. Like they would start freaking out and almost jumping out of the tank because they could smell their biggest predator. Because most people don't know that gropers' favorite food is baby reef sharks in the estuaries. When they come in, the pups all come in. That's what gropers like to eat. So they obviously know the smell of death that's close by, and that was enough to send them into a frenzy. And they didn't see the groper; they just obviously smelt it. So yeah, that was really cool.
I've got some questions here for you, Baggio. Baggio. Now, I've tried to highlight them so I don't miss them. By the way, anybody out there, if you've got some questions and I don't address them, just put them back down in the chat again so I can refresh my memory, or I can pick up on them and then ask Julian for you. And by the way, if you're watching this on YouTube after tonight, you can ask some questions by popping them down in the comments down below. There's a question here from Praddy87. It's about whether or not you would suggest the Triton method for a nano. But Julian, that's going to come way later on, I think, mate. There's too many drinks to be had before then. Too much fun. We've got a question from Senior Ding Dong 969. You were mentioning about Shark Bay in the Gold Coast. What happened to the bull shark they had in Shark Bay? Are you aware of that at all, mate?
Not the details. I know LSD. They called it LSD. I don't know. I'm not up to what happened eventually to her, but I can tell you that she was from the first. I think that she was in the initial one that I was telling you about. I used to look at when I was a kid. I don't know if she wasn't there then, but they did then have to move when they shut that system down. They moved her to one of the lagoons. I don't know if you've ever seen, as you walk around SeaWorld, there's kind of those where the dolphin enclosures are, and there's kind of these bridges you walk over, and they've got these kind of little lagoons everywhere. But they actually moved her into one of those lagoons for a period, and they had a groper in there as well. And I heard a story of a day that LSD, they called her, because she's crazy, I guess, actually attacked a groper and they had this serious problem where they had to try and get the groper out before she took more pieces out of it. But yeah, I remember the shark you're talking about, because she had like curled pectorals, like it was like a curved peck. And when I saw
like an orca with a curved dorsal fin.
Yeah, it was strange. I hadn't seen a shark with that type of growth change, but yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what happened to her. But she definitely was a star of one of the stars of the show.
All right, mate. Well, we've got Anya in the house as well from Gallery Aquatica. Tingalpa. She likes to think that you would have been the resident star at the university bar. 7 years experience, mate.
Yeah, Anya, I probably spent more time in the arcade playing Street Fighter, and yeah, I did go to the bar a couple of times.
Actually, this is a question I had too, mate. The Ginger Ninja from South Africa, Quade, asks about those spray bars going down into the tanks. Is that for evaporative cooling?
Exactly. Yeah, spot on. It was really it was actually quite a big change that we implemented at one point, that it saved a lot of money. I can't remember how Lyle came across it, but he was always one to try things, and he's quite obviously saving money is a big thing. So putting chillers on all the different systems or air conditioning the entire building was not an option. And we were able to drop, obviously the hotter it got, the more that worked. And it really did drop the temp probably 4 or 5 degrees, I think, just by, well, maybe, 4 degrees, I think would be a good drop. So instead of being up around 29, or 30, you might have gotten down to 26, 27. So that was a really big step.
Really? And so on all the glass fish holding tanks that are over closer to the there was a galah there once upon a time. I don't know if she was there when you were there. The galah.
Yep.
What had a name? What was the name?
Bacardi was the name.
Bacardi. Oh, okay. Do they have chillers on them?
Yeah, they did. That's the system. They did have chillers on the main fish system. So the fish systems did. It was more the big volume elasmobranch systems.
Yeah.
So the coral system, definitely had a chiller. Just saved a lot of those big ones.
Well, let's keep playing some video from Cairns Marine days. I've noticed you're about to go out on safari for those that are watching from overseas. I'm assuming this guy recovers quite nicely after a bit and goes off to his merry home. Where did he go to, mate?
Oh, mate, couldn't tell you now. They generally went to either the US. We were sending to Japan, the US, and there was always seeming like about a 4-year cycle, we'd have a big new public aquarium that would kind of start up. So there was always
the one in Dubai. Dubai?
Yeah, well, we did that one. That was huge. I went over with Lyle because we sent some large whalers to there. We were worried they were going to kill them between the car park and the tank because we knew we can get them there, no problem. We were just worried that they had to take them down hallways and elevators and they had to be in a small, rectangular tank. They couldn't swim. So we actually went over there and stayed at the Palm, which was great. We got to spend a week at the Palm. But we were doing the Palm and the mall aquariums simultaneously. So it was crazy. Absolute crazy time.
All right. Now, Cairns Marine was also renowned for still is renowned for its research. And it looks like they decided to choose a certain young parasitologist to go at the bite force of the boat, mate.
Mate.
The expendable.
You just took the words out of my mouth. I was the expendable. I'll tell you, I can give you a quick story just to explain how expendable I was.
All right. Well, let's just get you perched precariously over the boat in crocodile water, and then we can go for how expendable this $17 an hour university graduate is.
Yeah, mate. Oh, you wouldn't believe the things I was asked to do. It was absolutely some of the best times of my life. It was for me. My dad wasn't big into camping, so I went up there, and I was with Lyle's uncle. Lyle's uncle is incredibly. He's a local up here, and he knows everything about fishing and all things bush camping and stuff, and 4 drives. And if I was going to pick one person to be stuck in the bush with, it'd be Uncle Jeff. He and I spent many a night on a tinny off checking nets together, talking about, I don't know, the Celestine prophecy. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, but there's no lesbian involved though, mate.
No, there's no. He's not a lesbian. He likes women, so I suppose that's close. But he was. He's a great guy, and he actually. I look back now, and I probably didn't know then what I had the opportunity gave me. But he was a mad fisherman, so he knew all the knots, he knew all the lures, and he would just give me his rods, and we'd go checking nets, but then we'd be flicking for barra and stuff, and I was learning how to use a bait caster for the first time, and teaching me how to do the bimini twist and all the different knots, and I again had no idea how lucky I was we were catching Saratoga and different fish and we're in spots where just you even me who didn't know what I was doing was catching Saratoga, big Saratoga and stuff. So in hindsight, I grew up again in Brisbane catching brim and flathead. And my dad would take me to the Hornybrook Highway near Redcliffe, and we'd spend hours catching nothing.
Hang on. The Hornybrook Highway.
Yeah, mate. That's
only in bloody Queensland, mate.
Yes, there you go. Just north of Brisbane.
But what's this got to do with you being expendable, though?
Oh, So what was I asked to do back then? Apart from work from 7 at night until 7 in the morning. Actually, I'll say that Lyle and I used to do the night shift, because his uncle and Our other friend Paul would prefer the day, and they get up early. But we do a swing shift, because when you set the nets in those areas for sawfish, you've got to have, it's by law and by, you know, part of the fisheries permit, you've got to have someone on the net at all time, just to make sure that there's no crocodiles get caught in there, no dolphins or turtles or anything. So as soon as you see those floats go down, you need to go and investigate the net, and make sure that there's nothing caught up that's going to drown. So yeah,
So
we did.
Sorry, I was just going to say, this water is salt water?
Yep. Yep.
And there's dolphins going up there?
Yeah, well, more in Weipa, where we're at the front, we're at the foreshore out at Weipa.
Right.
So like you'd go out the front. We two different types of collection with the sawfish. We go out the fronts and we catch the green sawfish, which is Pristus zigeron. I think it might have been changed now. I don't know what the name. They changed the genetics and names on things all the time, but it was back then the green sawfish. They're the ones with the saws the same width the whole way along. They kind of go all the way to the top, and you'll see them on the walls in pubs and stuff. They're
like
really
a chain
long. Yep. And then the Pristus microdon, which is the freshwater. I think that one there in the pictures of microdon. They've got a tapered saw. They start really wide at the bottom, and they, especially when they get really big, like 6 meters, they'll get like wide at the bottom. They come to a kind of a top, the thinner at the top. So, but the freshwater obviously live in they're a euryhalon, so they live in both environments. And then the greens are pretty much, they're always at the front. So we had to go like Weipa to go and get the greens, and you'd also get the Pristus microdon because they go in both. But we generally do things like Normanton and some of the places up there to do the freshwater, going right up into the fresh areas. So yeah, and we were going for the juvenile. We were trying to get juvenile, so we're looking for that 3 foot, you know, around the meter size. That was the perfect size for us to collect.
What? You couldn't have been that expendable because they're giving you a pair of gloves there, mate.
Yeah. That's it.
They look like ladies' gardening gloves, but they're still gloves nonetheless.
They wanted me to be able to work, you know, as long as I was working. But I was going to say this story. I was going to tell you about how expendable I was. I was actually left behind one afternoon at camp to get dinner ready, and Lyle and his uncle went down to do a last net check before pulling the nets out. And then I was in camp and I was just, you know, cooking and turned the stereo up, and I had Harry Belafonte, I don't know why, on the radio, and it was Deo, the Banana Boat song. So it was like Deo.
Yeah.
And I had it loud enough that they heard this all the way down the river. They heard this like faint kind of, and then Lyle's uncle said, "Oh, Lyle, is there Jules yelling out for us?" And Lyle's like, "Well, if he is, he's most likely been bitten by a snake. And up here, the snakes are pretty bad. So if he's bitten by a snake, there's very little we'll be able to do anyway. So all we'll have to do is eventually come back, wrap him up, and take him, you know, he'll be dead anyway." And they just kept kept fishing. Even though they thought I was yelling out to them that I was dying from a snake bite, they just kept fishing. So, yeah. Expendable, mate. Definitely expendable.
I know, mate. And you would die with that hex there. Never mind.
Never to be paid.
Julian, it's time for
that when I'm dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Julian, Quick Tips is a quick question and a quick answer segment. But I need to start with a little bit of footage first. Right. Julian, it seems that you have a very blue wardrobe. Are you a closet New South Welshman after all?
No, mate, it sets my eyes off. That's why. So I just like to wear blue just to reflect. I hate the blues.
Julian, if you were to choose a fish that would match your personality, what fish would that be?
Oh, there you go. A quick one. Okay. I I would always go the Melanurus because Melanurus.
Would you like to jump out of bed in the middle of the night?
Well, I'm cheap. I'm
dried up on the floor.
I'm colourful. I'm really, I'm reef safe.
Dude, all I'm seeing right now is a freaking muddy kind of purple all around and behind you there as well. I don't know, Julian. Now you work for Triton, and you're also a family man. Who is higher maintenance, your lovely wife or Isan?
Definitely Isan. Definitely.
All right. And last question is it true that you took the job with Triton just because Isan has a big boat?
I would no, because he didn't have the big boat when I started working at Triton. But he got me out.
The captain is ready.
I bought him that hat, and he was good enough to wear it, and it's still in there. But mate, he's absolutely fanatical about his boat. He loves it, and I love going out there. It's it's definitely, as I said, I've been in let's just say a lot worse boats over the years. So you got to appreciate, you got to be in a really bad boat to understand a really good boat. And the tinnies and
mate, I found a photo that might explain why these fishing trips are such a good trip.
Giovanna, yes, she's taken me out on her boat. That's her boat, and she can smash the coral, mate. She's called trout. She's a gun. She's a much better spear fisherman than I am. I can tell you that. Spearfish person.
Julian, that was quick dips. All right, mate.
Done.
So we've moved on from our life in Cairns Marine. How long did you stay there for?
Just over 20 years, mate. I was there just over 20 years.
20
worked
years.
For the first year. Yeah, 20 years. Got 2 gold watches. I kind of, the best thing was that I continually changed what I was doing there. So I never really was in one role for more than, a few years, but then I'd do something else and keep kind of moving through the different levels. But the fortunate thing, I was really lucky, and it was just a fluke. When I first started, they actually, Lowell said, come up here as soon as you can. But we actually we don't need you in the shed to start with. We're short divers. And I went, mate, I need to have a dive ticket. I've got to go and get a dive ticket. So I had to go to Paddy at Paddington in Brisbane.
Yeah.
And so I get my open water license. And I said, yeah, but I don't know anything about, anything. And he said, you don't need to. It's actually better you don't, because you need to just learn from the guys that work on the boat, and then you'll just suck that in, and hopefully you can do it. So yeah, for the first year, I was actually I was doing the diving job. So I was actually collecting fish and collecting coral, which I think really helped me later, because I actually appreciated where most people who would just go and work in the facility, the fish just turn up and they don't understand the other side of where they come from and how hard it is to do what the divers do, and to, all the sacrifices they make to be out living on. You live on a boat for 5 days, 6 days on the reef, and then you come home. You have a few days in, and then you jump back on the boat and you're out again. You miss all your mates' birthdays. You miss all the concerts. You miss everything that, you want to be at. You can guarantee if you want to be somewhere, the weather's going to be good and you should be in the Coral Sea. So I actually, I really think that was really valuable. And also, I didn't learn most of what I know from university. It was actually, I didn't know what a reef was until I came and started working Cairns Marine. And actually, because I grew up in Brisbane, we don't really have reefs down there. So, until I came up to Cairns and then saw what a reef was, and actually I'd read about it in books, but going out in the reef and actually working with the guys and learning the species and the different zones, that was probably the big eye-opener. Is like, it's not like a reef where all the coral are spread over and you just got to keep traveling around and you find your scollies and your homophilia. You find your acropora all in the same reef. They're all very much zoned into different places where you've got to visit each of those places to collect the coral that you want. And same with fish, you've got to go to different places. So yeah, I didn't know any of that stuff. And
So
I think that
is it true that like when you start collecting, you start on fish and then you graduate onto coral, which confuses me because coral can't run away, but fish are presumably more difficult.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like that back then. We do like, I still say we because I worked there so long, but no, like now they have a coral boat and a fish boat. So they kind of do have crews that go out, and Cairns Marine do anyway. I don't know how Monsoon and those boys do it, but you know, they have dedicated that. Back when I was working, it was pretty much the one boat, a 42-foot modified trawler called Iluka, and we would do all the collection for different coral and fish off that. But back when I started, there wasn't anything like it is now. Like we only had 2 grades of coral, standard and green. It was like, if you want something special, you got a green one. So that was kind of, and we used to wet newspaper, wrap the Euphilia in wet newspaper, put it in the box, and we would get up for the domestic market. We'd get up at like 2 a.m. or come straight from the nightclub and go straight into pack. And me and Cadel, when I say, it was Cadel and I'd often sometimes be out and about, but we'd wrap up the coral in wet newspaper, pack it into a box with a plastic liner, and ship it down so it would be picked up by the shops in Sydney and Brisbane and Melbourne in the morning. So there's only a few hours transit. That changed over time, but and we weren't doing, I guess, the export. I can't remember bagging stuff like we do, or we did in the end. Like that was it evolved. Like we were shipping to Chicago, was taking me 50 plus hours to get Aquarium to Chicago.
Question: when you go out on a boat to go and collect fish per se or coral, are you going out with a specific? I do remember Lyle. Okay, I've answered my own question. I do remember Lyle saying we're going out to the coral, so we want to target what were they? Scribbled angels and not personifers, meridothiae or whatever. So he obviously had a target. I was about to ask, do you have a target fish in mind when you're going out there, or are you setting up a barrier net and basically herding fish, and whatever goes in there that is aquarium worthy, you collect?
Yeah, you kind of got an idea of what you're going to collect. So all the scribbles and the personifers you're doing on the it's all that coastal stuff. So you're doing that with in mind to go there and collect, at least a certain number. There's kind of like like you said, a target. And I probably got into that more when I was export manager, because I had customers that I was trying to line up for shipments and try and keep their frequency going. So I'd actually set the divers targets. So that really became something I really became more aware of when I was working more in the office. But when they go to Coral Sea, you'd always be looking to get flame angels, cleaner shrimp, the red line cleaners, Cirrolabris. Cirrolabris is probably the main target we'd be doing out there. So the laboots, the Scotorum, and the lineatus. So I'd set like a target for them. But while they're doing that collection, they're collecting other species that they know that they should get around them.
Yeah, I was about to ask, if you were the shit kicker of the Cairns Marine crew, were you given the job of collecting all the cheap fish, all the moon wrasse and the blue-green chromis and the Fiji damsels and the talbots and the was that your job? Who does that?
My job was to catch whatever the hell I could get in my bucket, and it's so hard. Like, you got no idea. Like, you do actually, because you do collection down there. Yeah, and I so just give you an idea. I was told the first day, these are the fins you wear. These are the this is the mask you should buy. This is the computer you should buy. So it was good. It was easy. Like, I just got all the gear, the best of the best. So I had 3-foot fins. you actually, it's good. They make you move fast, but they hurt your ankles when you've spent a day in the water pushing 3-foot fins. But if you need to move, you move quick, you know, and it's good to know you can power if you need to. It's probably saved my life a couple of times. But yeah, I think that what I was, they said this, all right, the first week or first few days, jump in with Jamie, who still works for the company. He's been diving longer than anyone. Jamie Hopkins and Bondi. We call him Bondi. James Bondi. Bondi
Bondi and Badge.
Just going Bondi and Badge. So go and have a look, watch Bondi and watch what he does, and then you'll work it out. And then after a couple of days, you take your net and you're pretty much you're a sole contractor. And all the guys were sole contractors back there. They went in and it was a matter of they got paid for what they sold, not what they caught. And that was a really important thing to know, okay, and distinguish. So they would go out, collect the fish, bring them back to Cairns Marine. They'd all have rows of tanks where they're fished. That was Bondi's row. That was Tony's row.
Which means they're held separate on the boat as well.
Held separate on the boat, yep, in their own containers. And then back at the facility, they had their own tanks. Now, that is important, and it really made a difference to the quality control, because the divers knew if they banged those fish around, damaged their fins, knocked scales off, they were effectively unsaleable. They didn't get money for them. So until they were actually put in a bag and sent to Anya or, you know, someone in a shop down south, the diver didn't get paid his percent. So
we've got
it was really
someone from. There was someone that was saying, here we go. Chris Extra 747 in St George Aquarium saw the newspaper coral all wrapped up. So obviously they were a customer back in the day. All right. So that was if a clown triggerfish a bit banged up sat in the Cairns Marine facility collected by young Mr. Baggio for like months, you weren't paid.
No. But it's important too. Think about it this way. What does that make the diver do? It makes him find species that are attractive, saleable, because he wants to sell them. It makes them also, they worked in really beautifully. Like the divers had their own specialties. So they'd actually go, okay, Blondie's really good at catching bispos. So I'm not going to worry about bispos. I'll let Bondi do that. I'm going to work on these species. And they all they were very competitive. Like the first thing a diver would do, get his bucket out and go and look in everyone else's bucket. You know, what has he got? What has he got? And when I first started, because I was rubbish, and I still am, I was barely competent after a year. I'd say that. Barely. Lyle probably says I wasn't competent at all. But anyway, but I reckon I was barely competent. But what you do is, you'd look in the buckets. But I remember getting out of the water after a dive, and I looked, and these guys all had these twin spot gobies, right? So they all had the twin spots in there, and I'm like, I was just in there for the last hour and a half, and I didn't see one of those things. And again, I was very lucky because Jamie, he was very generous with his, because he probably saw me as definitely not a threat. He just went, no, mate, you're hopeless, you marine biologist. You don't know what you're doing. But he would go, oh yeah, no, if you go down the bottom, find a bommy, and within a meter of the bommy, you could swim around the outside, you'll see them. And the hard thing is to see the first one. I reckon it's the RAS, they call it. It's the reticulated something system that your brain filters out all this information, and your brain filters out pretty much, that's the biggest job, filtering out information so you don't get overloaded with too much input. So if you actually see something, it's like, I guess, the same thing with when you're pregnant or your wife's pregnant, you suddenly see pregnant women everywhere, or you bought a Triton ute and you see Tritons everywhere. Your brain just kind of opens up to seeing things. So once you can spot that first fish, it then goes, oh, there's one, but you don't see them before that. So that's why it takes a year, I think, for a diver to be competent, because not only have to see them, they then have to work out the behaviors of the fish, and there's a technique kind of for most, well, not every species, because you can kind of group them up into genus, I guess. But you do have to learn little tricks. And even the way you approach them with a net, because we've got a barrier net that's only about 1 meter high. If you come at them from the wrong angle, they'll just pop over the top of the net. Where if you come up from a higher point, you push them down, you keep them near the bottom. You kind of learn all these little tricks on how to get the fish in to the point where you actually, semi-competent. And then you get them in the net, the barrier net, and then you've got to get them in the scoop net, and then you've got to transfer them from the scoop net into the flip top bucket. And how many fish you lose in the process of you've got them in the scoop net. Like you think I've got this fish, right? And in the process,
I know all about that. Yeah.
And next minute it shoots out and shoots over your shoulder, and you go, "Oh, that was a waste of 10 minutes." Harley,
Julian, Senior Ding Dong 969 asks, when a collector says inshore, how inshore is inshore?
I think that would be depending on the area. Most of the kind of it's coastal reef, like right on like the inner part. I'm talking about Arlington, which is it's a little bit off the coast, but you get a lot more dirty conditions where you've got what I call the outer barrier, which is out near the shelf.
So to get to Arlington Reef, where those twin spots are, what's how long in terms of time does it take to get there? If that's an inshore reef on a good day.
Depends on the boat, mate. For me now with ESAN, we can be out there in half an hour.
How about that boat?
But G's boat goes quick. Her and Michael can get us out there pretty quick.
Used to go half an hour.
Oh yeah, with that boat you can get out to the inshore. Or I mean, there's coastal too. Like you've got reefs that are right on the coast. They're very murky. I mean, but they're right. Like you effectively, you could jump off the rocks and go and collect euphilia in some places. So that's what you're talking about inshore areas. There's a range of different inshore areas, but the inshore reefs are the ones closest to the coast.
Let's just talk about personifers and scribbles.
Well, a lot of those the guys go down south, so they're going down to Mackay and those areas. That's the best grounds. And the other thing is, you want to get the size because they don't want a lot of the big ones. They want the small mediums are the most sought after in the industry, especially internationally. So, to be honest, I haven't done a lot of collecting off Mackay and those areas down there. I used to, that was pretty much in the zone where I was more asking the guys to go down and collect. So I haven't got, lats and longs for you on where they get those and how far off. But I know they're right inshore, in the closest.
But needless to say, it's about a 1 cup of coffee away from the marina.
Yeah, so much. You'll probably find them, around the marina. If you dived, I mean, it's like I dived in the Tweed when I was doing my dive ticket. And there was butterflies. I saw rainfort. I think back to now that I know what the species are. I'm pretty sure it was a rainforti.
Was in the Tweed. Okay.
Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, I saw a few butterflies swimming around there. That's for sure.
All right, mate. Question for you from the Ginger Ninja of South Africa, Quade. Quade looks like he's become quite a good friend of mine. He's a ginger Viking from Africa. There's a vision for you right there. He's a ranger with a long beard, with a long crazy, and he likes to get around in flowery, tight like sunwear. Very cautious.
I like him already.
He asked, what's the one parasite you hate the most? Being a parasitologist with a $40,000 hex debt.
Parasite I hate the most. I don't hate them because they're amazing, highly evolved animals that can do incredible things, and that's what I specialize in. But what would I least want in my aquarium? I think things like velvet, like amlodinium and stuff, are nasty. I've got a completely different view on parasites than most people do, as you just heard. I don't loathe them. I think they're a natural part of nature, and they've got a job to do, which is take out the weak, the sick, which keeps the fish like sharks, keeps the fish population healthy and genetics strong. And people always ask me, because I'm always talking different aquarium or aquarists about their tanks and like, what do I do? Like, and I'm sorry, I'll be the first to say, anyone who thinks they have got a white spot free reef aquarium is kidding themselves.
I was about to ask that from a parasitologist, because I manage what I think is velvet in my aquarium, and there's ups and downs all the time. I'm currently riding through a bit of a down, heading on the way up, but there is, and I hear people say, sorry, mate, I hear people say that they quarantine their fish, they're buying them from anything quarantine, whatever it might be, but then they're not quarantining their coral. They're getting ocean water in. They're not quarantining their live rock. They're not quarantining their snails or their urchins or anything like that. And it's like, what's the point?
Exactly. And I think this comes back to my overall philosophy, and that goes to corals, parasites, fish parasites, and it actually, I think that's why Issa and I kind of hit it off to start with when we first met, is because we've got the similar kind of way of looking at things. Don't fight nature. Nature always wins. And you're kidding yourself if you think you're going to, fight nature and win. I don't think it's been proven yet that we've ever won the battle. So I think that if you take away that fight and just accept it, and understand that there's more of an important thing I always ask people is, when they have a parasite outbreak, the most important thing is to say, why did you have it? What was the stress that caused the parasite outbreak? And identify that and treat that, because it doesn't matter what treatments you use, doesn't matter what UV you add, doesn't matter all the things that you do to eradicate the parasite. If you haven't taken the fundamental stress that caused that, and that can be just fighting between tangs, like they can cause stress between species. You can have water quality, poor water quality causes parasite outbreaks, especially you just kind of said it with the, you get these kind of waves of it comes and it goes, and it probably coincides a little bit with how dirty your tank is. If tanks are dirty,
or
you can
kind of stress. It's to me, it's I keep a lot of butterflies, and to me, I made the mistake not too long ago of trying to introduce another couple of threadfin butterflies into my 4,000 litre tank with an existing mature pair of threadfins. Shit show. And that shit show brought about the stress that brought about the parasite outbreak in the introduced fish, which then brought it out into the other most susceptible fish and down the line until I've got something I'm dealing with in the entire tank. Shit show. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just try to, sorry, go on.
No. And I was just going to say, we keep reefs in very unnatural ways. Probably one of the most popular fish is a surgeonfish. And when I've seen the footage, we'll get to it a bit later on, of, where is it? There. The footage of your reef at Triton. I think I only saw 2 surgeonfish. Oh, 3. There's a blue tang, a sailfin, and a nasso. And that's in a big tank, a very large tank, isn't it? So to me, the way we keep aquariums is destined to provide stress.
Yep. You really you can take out the variables. I guess that's a scientific way of looking at things. I always approach things, any problem, just by trying to list all the variables and try and work out, what is the stress? It can be nutritional. It can be a heat stress. Actually, that was probably the thing that I saw. Again, so I used to maintain a bunch of aquariums around Cairns. That was one of my other hats. Maintenance of aquariums around Cairns at different resorts and businesses. And I had one across the road. It was just directly across the road, Cairns Marine. It was our freight forwarder, and they had a big 10-foot reef tank, which was awesome. And then I think the air conditioner or the chiller blew out on the weekend while no one was there, and the temperature ripped up to stupid, temperature. And then the fish all broke out in white spot, and that was what caused it. So the tank was fine. Everything was, doing well, and then for a couple of years, and then that stress caused a white spot. But if you had asked me like a month or so earlier, do you have white spot in that tank? I'd say no, you didn't. I don't have any. I've never seen white spot in that tank.
Could I ask you a question? And this is a serious question because it's something I've thought about from a biological point of view and parasitology. And bingo, we've got one right here. That makes you a serious nerd, by the way. I didn't realize that. Anyway,
I am guilty.
I recall reading a paper or hearing about a paper, I don't know what it was, about how if you have enough reproductive cycles of a parasite, but I guess it could mean any organism really, in a closed population, so there's no input from other sources, so you're not getting additional fish in, you've got white spot or velvet in your aquarium, there's no more fish coming in to bring in new sources of white spot, that it was possible for that white spot to reproduce only so many cycles before its vigor was depleted significantly enough for it to expire, so to speak. Is that
not from
possible?
Not from my experience. I think that again, this tank was running for a long time with no outbreaks, and I really, it was that stress that came out that caused it. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I love like everything QT and what they do, and I believe that you're really benefiting if you're buying from companies that and businesses that do that quarantine for you. A lot of people don't want to have a quarantine tank. It's definitely advised. We don't have a quarantine tank, but then again, we drive 15 minutes down the road, pick the fish out of the tanks at Cairns Marine, and all but put them straight in the tank at work. So that's how we're blessed. We're spoiled. So we got no stress of transport.
I'm going to ask you some more questions, mate, before we move on to some freshwater, because I've got plenty of freshwater folk out there. For some reason in aquariums, there's a real divide amongst freshwater and saltwater. And every now and then you get people that are just down the middle, don't give a shit, see the best between both of it. And to me, it's a perfect combination because it provides that sort of tranquility amongst the bustle and bustle of saltwater and the back to nature of freshwater. But I need to be respectful of the freshwater people in these circumstances and vice versa when it gets the other way. So we'll get on to a bit of freshwater in a sec, but a couple more questions. I've tried to highlight them. Here we go. Anya. Jules, when I go to catch fish at work, I lace my net where the fish is going to be, i.e. where it's headed. I'm assuming that means a bucket or a different tank. Not where it is. Is it the same technique in the ocean? I'm assuming she's trying to make them feel comfortable by giving them a sniff of the new water. I don't understand. Can you read between the lines there?
I'm not sure, Anya. I'm not 100% sure what you're referring to from that. But I can only tell you what we do in the ocean when we're trying to collect. And I'm not going to generalize because there are different species that we collect in different ways. But generally, when you're collecting with the barrier net, what you do is you stop for a minute and you just watch. That was something I had to learn. Again, I was told, just stop, watch, see what the fish are doing. They have a kind of a pattern, and you'll see that if you spend some time just looking, not rushing in, just trying to throw a net down and try and catch something. And you are time poor when you're down there, and nothing like what the boys do when they were diving excessive depth. But depending, you always start deep. So you might start at 20 meters. The dive profile was always go deep. You always got to work on because we're on hooker hose, so we're not allowed to go into deco time. So you work deep first, and then you work your way up into the shallower water over time. And that way you're not getting yourself into a position, because we always had to be able to come to the surface if the compressor stopped on a boat or something happened. We had to be able to hit the surface and not get deco or nitrous, issues with there. So we'd always go deep, and then you look at the fish, and then you look for a bommy or a bit of structure, that you can actually set your net around. So what we try and do is see if we could bring the fish around a coral bommy and have the net at some point laying up against the rock down to the sand, and then around a bit of a belly that you'd horseshoe kind of belly of the net. So what you'd try to do is bring the fish around, wheel them around the bommy, and they're looking over their shoulder at you while you're swimming behind them, kind of gently pushing them towards where you want them to go. And then they kind of swim around thinking they're just going to come around the corner of the bommy and they're just going to be able to, if you did come at them hard, they'd just go straight into the reef. But by the time you actually do come in at them, they've already gone around the corner. They've hit that part where the net's up against the rock. So you can you've got them. You've actually, once they get past that start of the net and you come in towards them, they then automatically go towards the rock, but the rock's already got the mesh in front of it. So you've got them caught there. So that's how we used to use it for most of the butterflies. And angels were different. Angels, you'd effectively see them. You'd even hole them up under a rock, put the net around the rock, and then kind of rattle around and try and get them to pop out. And you try and make them shoot to the next rock, and then they'll hit the rock, and generally their cheek spines will get caught. So that was pretty handy. It was probably an evolutionary fail from their point of view. Gotcha. Catch them in the net that way.
You're the most popular family of fish in the aquarium hobby. Let's get some cheek spines out there. Really easy to catch.
I've got done by cheek spines so many times. They've smashed me. And even when I knew what I was doing, I'd still get smashed by them.
Jules, if you don't have a most hated parasite, then what is your favorite one? What is the most interesting one to you and why? From Pratty87.
Oh, this is really nerding out here. I think that listen, I think that
nice one, Pratty.
Yeah, cheers, mate. You throw me a little softball there. No, I won't go
probably
into there, but it's the ones that use multiple hosts in their life cycle. So they actually they can only reproduce, and it's not one that you find in marine tanks. So sorry, unless you want me to name the one I love the most from the marine tanks. The ones that like they go into a snail, and then the snail has to be eaten by a bird, and then the bird craps it out. That's kind of, to me, that's like, wow. Like you've evolutionary in some, like, managed to connect two hosts together.
Well, the one that goes into a cat and then goes into your pregnant wife.
That's not good.
No, that's not good. No, the one that goes to soil into an earthworm and goes into your turkey as blackhead.
Oh, that's not good either. No, I mean, have you seen the ones that go into the praying mantis and grasshoppers, and they actually affect the way that they actually, it almost like takes over their brain. It's like a body snatcher. It goes in. It's a whipworm, I think it's called, and they go in and they actually, and you can pour water on the grasshopper, and this thing just comes out of them. It's weird. Like they're aliens. They're really aliens. But
so talking about parasite, would that mean? Do you remember seeing I don't know if you watch River Monsters, but there was an episode there where he was talking about those little fish that would go up the stream of urine in the man's penis.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've heard about it with horror. I thought that's gross. Again, it's not my specialty, but yeah, I have heard that that's actually, it follows urea. I think it's attracted to urea and. Yeah, and listen, the most everyone thinks that sharks and stingrays and crocodiles and that are the most dangerous animal on the earth, but it's a fact. You can Google it. That the most deadly animal on the world is a mosquito. Parasite. Yeah.
All right, Julian. Chris Extra 747. I've spoken to both of you gents about ick when it killed 15 of my 20 fish. Your help was so appreciated. Julian, thank you for helping Chris Extra.
Pleasure, mate.
We've got a question/comment for a prediction for the State of Origin on Wednesday. Question for both Adam and Julian. As I mentioned to Julian, I've got no idea when it comes to football. Julian, how badly are the Maroons going to lose?
I'm predicting Queensland to beat you on home soil by, I'll go 4. Close game, but 4.
Wouldn't you know it? Ross Bingle says exactly the same thing.
Smart man, Ross. Smart man. Smart.
All right, so let me just chase back through some of the questions here, make sure I haven't missed anything. Okay, cool. Dingo Dave, solely freshwater, but loves listening and learning about salt. Maybe someday when I don't have so many aquariums, as opposed to Quilly's Reef, that's never had a freshwater aquarium.
Neither has he.
So and we've got Tanya there from Tanya. I think you're in South Australia, aren't you? Wants to launch a saltwater tank. Wouldn't it be cool, Julian, to have a nice, like a cold water saltwater tank from that sort of southern Australian coastline? All those hula fish and the macroalgae and the pipefish and the leather jackets, and that'd be awesome. Yeah,
I've seen some really cool displays. Again, I was pretty lucky in the end of my time at Cairns Marine. I was traveling around to go over to America to speak to the export or importers over there that would get the fish and coral from us. But I got to go to Monterey Bay when they had the great white. They had a small great white at the tank. It was for the International Aquarium Congress. I had to talk about sawfish. It was my biggest talk and my first. I don't think I've ever done a bigger talk at a bigger event, and I was my first. And I was very young, and I absolutely crapping my dacks. And I remember being schooled and coached by Lyle and his wife in the hotel room for hours before that. But it was they got like kelp forest kind of aquariums there. They look. I love actually. I think you've seen my freshwater tanks. I actually like the freshwater planted tanks. I really like the Amano style, and they've obviously done a lot of work with the CO2 kind of dosing and that of those tanks. And I think that I'll always have a freshwater tank, and I think I'll just if I get more time once my kids are a bit older and I have more time to do things, I'll have a dedicated freshwater planted tank. That's what I really want to go into on that side of the hobby.
Well, we do have a question. We do have a question here from Pratty87 asking if you've got a tank, Julian. But before we get to that, mate, it's time for, where the hell is it? There. Julian, now it's time for you to recognize someone, something, or whatever the bloody hell you want to recognize in the hobby or the industry that is deserving of a shout out, that might make someone's life that little bit easier. Go.
Yeah, I've got one. I actually want to do a shout out to John at Catalina Aquarium. He's a guy who's got a really good shop down there. He's someone that Catalina Aquarium, in South Australia.
California.
Adelaide.
Oh, Adelaide.
Yep.
Okay.
Extremely passionate. He just, loves helping people. He's all about just the customer. And whenever I talk to him, he's always calling me up. He's actually generally calls me up with a customer with a question, and he always kind of goes that next step. And I really appreciate what he does and his way he approaches the business, as a shop, as a center of somewhere for information for people to come to. And I think, we've got great Anya and Cam and all these shops around that do all this work, and people don't value it, and they go online and go, oh, I can buy it cheaper, just from the internet. But they don't realize that who are you calling when you got a problem. And it's the shops around Australia that do this work that I really think that I put
Keep talking. Keep talking.
I think that that John does a really good job, and I think that's my shout out.
I'm going to find Catalina Aquariums. Can you see this page, Julian?
Yep, his website. He'd be the first to say he's not a website guy, and but he's a guy you can just go in there and he'll talk as long as you need to, and he's very dedicated to his customer service. That's it.
Australian Aquariums. There we go, everybody. Got some bribes. Got a bit of bribes going on there. Yeah. Trust me, I know all about that at the moment.
Oh, listen, it's all part of the game. But like I said, his website, he's probably embarrassed that you put that up there. But it's not about the website. It's really about, again, I know that if you go in there.
Hang on.
What?
Hang on.
What's that thing? That's cool. I like that.
What is this?
I don't know. I like it though. That looks cool.
Subscribe here.
I'll have to go and I'll have to find out more about that thing. That looks cool.
Julian, are you still working a bit like Cairns Marine when you only sold the fish that you caught? You only got paid for the fish that you caught when they were sold. Is this the same now where you only get paid from ESUN when the subscription gets sold?
Mate,
is it the same thing?
I'm pleading the fifth. I don't know what you're talking about.
Righto, my shout out.
Website. That was actually you know I didn't know that you were going to bring up his website. So there you go. That was a fluke.
I did not know that at all. Absolutely not. I've got a box here. A box that says to Australian Aquarist, and it was from the Murden Distillery in Murden. So, there's no alcohol involved there, but there is some receptacles to cover some alcohol. So I don't know if this individual is still watching our stream tonight, because he is a semi-trailer driver through the wee hours of the night, hitting kangaroos and ploughing the way through thorny devils on the way through New South Wales, South Australia and Victoria on the way to Adelaide. And it just so happens that I've been sent an Adam mug that says, Adam, plant guy, fish guy, all around good guy. Thank you very much. Excellent. How's your drink going, by the way, Julian?
Good, mate. Yeah, it's working slowly. Sunday night. Not too crazy.
And it so happens that I've also got a mug here from the man himself, Gil, from Gil's Fish Room. Julian, you'd like Gil. You'd like Gil.
Right.
He's a fresh guy. He's a true blue Aussie. He's got an awesome sense of humour. And guess what? He's got a YouTube channel as well. So check out Gil's Fish Room. Gil. Cheers, buddy. Oh, I've got also another shout out. That was to Nate Aquatics, who sent me some brine shrimp eggs. And so far, with guidance from Neil, my South African brine shrimp teacher, because you need a South African brine shrimp teacher when it comes to hatching brine shrimps for the very first time. The very first time, I tell you, Julian. And I hatched these bad babies out. They hatched out in about, I'd say about 36 hours, which was excellent. Pretty good hatch rate. Not pretty good, actually. It was awesome hatch rate. And I fed my cardinal fish and my dartfish, a very underrated fish in the hobby. It was the lyre-tailed dartfish, Julian.
Oh, well, I was going to go. I think that people don't always understand that their Artemia eggs aren't Artemia eggs aren't Artemia eggs. You really do have to find a good supplier for that stuff, because we actually used live brine shrimp to feed our Anthias when we first put them in the tank, and if you don't get the right one and they've been sitting on a shelf too long and they're not viable, you get really poor production. So yeah, you've got to go on stick.
You know what, Julian? Let's play this footage of the Triton tank right now, whilst I hide up these Nate Artemia brine shrimp eggs, because you're going to start seeing. Are they purple queens or are they tukas?
Purple queens. They're the what are they called? Pascalis.
And are they still alive?
Are they still alive? Yes.
Yeah. Have you
Yes.
lost any?
Yes, we did, but we bought them. There was a collection that I guess, let's just say they'd been held because I really, you Anthys are a hard one to hold. And even with the best short-term holding husbandry, they still struggle with them to move through the chain. We did get a few that we knew that we bought them knowing that we didn't get them in the perish. So we did lose some. We also had a few crabs and stuff, I think, with our live rock to start with that I think did help. But we've got a few of those left. I think we've got at least four. We started with 11 or 12. But you also have a lot of fun. That's the other thing. They actually bang off. They're quite aggressive within themselves. In species. So yeah, you got to keep the food up. But we use the brine shrimp, fresh hatched brine shrimp. Then we moved them on to mysis and
They're eating mysis. Yes. Sorry, I'm laughing, mate, because for most of that clip you sounded like.
Oh, did I go all robotic?
Yeah, the internet service was terrible. But from what I gather, you were saying that you lost some of them. You had some sort of dodgy source or something happened. But now that you've still got some going, and are you still feeding brine shrimp?
No, not right now. But they're definitely a good thing to start a lot of your Anthys off with. Really high energy.
I didn't think the Purple Queens had big enough mouths to be able to handle mysis shrimp.
Yep. Yeah, they will once they're kind of, acclimated across. Like, when I acclimated, just trained, I guess, across.
So for those people out there that don't know what a Purple Queen Anthias, there we go right there. That's a Pseudanthius pascalis, which is kind of lumped in the one group of a Purple Anthias, which is also with a Tuca Anthias, also is another species, Pseudanthius tuca, which are both loved because of their purple coloration, but just inherently die in reef aquariums because supposedly their metabolism is so high and their feeding requirement is so much and so small that they just can't be nourished enough in captivity.
I think too, mate, you got to take into account not just what we're feeding, but I think having that big healthy refugium is also adding a lot of food. And I do think that I'm sure they're getting some supplemental part of their food from whatever, copepods, isopods, amphipods. So a bit of both.
Yeah. All right.
But they're strong. We've had them for 8 months.
8 months. That's good.
Yep.
All right. So now my wife has grabbed my Australian Aquarist mug and he's going for a top up. I must say the whiskey I'm drinking tonight is terrible. Fuck, it's terrible, mate. I've got a fantastic wife. She's absolutely fantastic. But what she's done is she saw a special at the liquor land. It was or the liquor shop. It was a whiskey in a box, which is pretty fancy. Yeah, it's pretty fancy. It was reduced from $90 down to $48 or something, which tells you one thing, that probably people don't drink it. But needless to say, I'm drinking a little bit less than what I normally do. Are there questions? We're going to go on the freshwater tanks. We're going to go freshwater. Adam, here we go. Praddy was gifted a couple of bottles of Japanese whiskey, I believe. He's just cracked them open. It's interesting. Interesting. Are you a whiskey drinker, Julian?
Listen, I did get into Japanese whiskey because I went snowboarding over there a few times, and I definitely love Japanese whiskey. It is so smooth. Yamazaki, I think, was one of the ones I used to get. It was beautiful.
Okay, all right. Tanya says that's a lovely display aquarium. Praddy says paying for the box, not the whiskey. Terrible mistake. Even the spelling was incorrect on the box. Anyhow, All right, let's get on to a little bit of freshwater because we haven't even got to what Julian, I don't even know if you had a career between Cairns Marine and Triton other than going fishing constantly, which I've got plenty of video of that, which we'll get to a sec. But because we've got some freshwater guys to watch, let's show what your tanks are at home.
My kids' tanks. We're really pushing the boundaries there, Adam. Really. I've got
Hang on, I got to turn it down. I had to put some
inspirational.
Right. I know, mate, because they're fighting fish. Do you get that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. Sorry. I thought you were just trying to find some excitement in this.
No, it's bloody Rocky, mate. Come on. I was on the internet stealing Rocky. You know, I might even get monetized tonight because I bloody stolen Rocky music.
Yeah.
That's for you.
I know, mate. I got it now. I'm sorry, I'm slow. It's Sunday night. Had too many.
It's all right because you're a Queenslander. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Talk us through it. Come on, talk us through it.
All right. So what I've done is I want my kids to help me breed. So it's a little project we've got. I want to breed a couple of pairs of fighting fish. I got them from an awesome mate of mine who breeds his own fish up here named Paul. And anyone who's in the aquarium industry knows Paul. He breeds everything. He's not everything, but everything he can up here in his rainforest at the back of Cairns. He breeds all the fighting fish. So he let me bring my two little kids, Gabriella and Luca, 7 and 9, to go over to his house and hand select their juveniles, which we are then working through the process. We've got a girl, one's a boy in that one with a couple of girls in there. And I've got the other tank with a girl and a boy. And we're going to go through the process. And we're going to have another tank set up and do the breeding in there. I did it once a few years ago, but they were a bit younger. So they weren't really remembering what I did. So, it's just a little fun thing for them to see the breeding process and watch a few YouTube videos. And, yeah.
So you're teaching your kids about sex by having them breed betters.
It's a start. It's a very safe start, Adam. Let's go. Baby steps.
All right. So this stunning blue character must have a name. Give me a name. There's always a name for a family pet. What's the name?
Yeah, that is that one there is Gem because I think that my daughter picked her. I think it was a girl and called her Gem, but then it's a boy. So it's now Prince Gem.
Prince Gem.
And Prince Gem. And then she's got there's another girl in that tank with they've named is it Pearl, I think. So the white one and that one's Jumpy.
Jumpy.
I don't know why. Jumpy. And the blue one is Prince Shard. I don't know why. Not Chardonnay. Shard.
Has Jumpy taken after your fish personality, the Melnurus wrasse, and jumped out of the tank?
No, I don't know. I think it was very nervous and it was getting kind of bullied by one of the other fish in the other tank before I separated it. Because I've got one amber tetra in that tank as well, which is the last of, I think I had 7 at one point in there. And it got to the point where I just had that one amber. It's right in the middle. You can kind of see it moving behind the white one now. It's a little blur. But anyway, I had this thing just running as a completely
there.
I didn't touch. Yeah, that's it. Yep, it's a little blurry thing in the back. I didn't feed it. I didn't do anything. And it's just living off the. I've got blue little blue shrimp in there that they've got this cycle going where I'm assuming the tetra was eating the juvenile shrimp, and the color went absolutely like super reddish kind of orange, whereas when I first got them, they were more a silvery color. So not feeding, not adding any food, it's just living this little biological loop with the shrimp, and the colors improved incredibly. So shrimp's good food.
So just run us through it. The basis behind having these two better tanks at home is because you're sick and tired of coral aquariums at work.
Yep.
You want to teach your kids something.
Yep.
You want to teach them about sex, about life, about the reproductive processes.
Yes.
I don't know what else.
That's pretty much it, mate. And I like looking at them. I set up my computer sometimes. I'm in my office now, but I sometimes set up my computer outside, and I can just, I don't know, when I've got someone on the, I'm just frustrated, I can just stop looking at my computer, look up, and just watch that.
Hang on. It's the boss, isn't it?
No, I was going to say Paul Talbot.
You're frustrated. It's the boss. Hey, son, you're out there, mate. It's you. It's you.
Never Esan, mate. Esan just gives me joy, mate. He just takes me out on his boat, and just defrags me. It's never, no. Paul Talbot, mate. Paul Talbot.
Paul Talbot's the issue, not this fellow. Not him.
No, mate. Like, look at him. How could he make me upset?
Captain Sparkle. Captain Bloody Sparkle.
Nah, he thinks that he actually thinks that I torment him. He calls me like the big brother that makes him. He always says I'm playing games with him, and he said it's my big brother gene because I got a younger brother, Nat, like a real younger brother, and he says like I treat him, I pick on him. I don't pick on him. I just help, just some things need to be done.
If you're 52, how old is his son?
26.
Jeez, you got a nice face.
That's the answer. Yeah, 4 kids,
Mate,
26.
I got to say, I stalked Isan's Facebook page before I did this live stream tonight. And I found that you guys went out on the reef 3 times in 1 week. 3 times in 1 week. How's that for work?
That's a lot of water testing. We've got to get out there, and the conditions change all the time, Adam. So you got to be out there.
All right.
If you don't, I always say to him, you don't know how things change unless you're out there seeing the change. That's before Ken.
So,
that's before Triton. That's way before Triton.
That's way before. Well, we can tell that by the double chin, but
yeah, look.
So
healthy, green pastures. That fish would look massive if I wasn't as fat in those photos.
I'm particularly fond of this photograph. Particularly fond.
What do you like about it?
Your orange T-shirt.
Oh, this is the best thing I ever organised in my professional career. Not that one, the Barra.
Oh, not the sooty grunter.
Oh, that was my best. That was my PB actually back then. That was.
Are you telling me that gorgeous apricot-coloured smoky with a green tinge silver sooty grunter was a disappointment?
No. That was my PB. That was my PB, and I'm very proud of it. Beautiful fish. I always say that they fight better than Barra.
Do you think that sooty grunter was embarrassed being caught by a man in a straw hat that looked like that?
Well, that was his mistake. And he probably didn't like the kiss I gave him either.
No, probably not. So there's a Barra. Tell us about the Barra.
All right. Yeah, that's a good story. So I was working with a bunch of young guys. There was a couple of young guys at Cairns Marine that would come back each day at our pie smoko break. We sit around eating pies, and they were showing us these pictures of these big Barra they were catching. And I'm like talking to Rob Lansley, who worked with me at the time, and I'm saying, mate, where are these kids getting these Barra? Like, they're obviously not traveling too far because they're here at work every day and they're somehow pulling out these meteries. And we were looking at the photos, trying to, go back and kind of work out where the background things give us clues, and we worked out they were down the esplanade, like down right in the middle of Cairns, like down at the marina. So we got our put our undercover gear on, and we went down to the marina this night. And because we knew they were
just so the fish can't see you. Got to be in camo so the fish can't see you.
Yeah, we had our hoodies on and stuff. And then, sure enough, Gunsy and this other bloke went past, and we went, "Oi, what are you guys up to?" And yeah, they were going into a certain area that you're not supposed to go into to catch these barra inside the marina. So it just so happened at the time that a JCU professor of parasitology had been looking, and he came and approached us at Cairns Marine and said, "If you can get wild barra, I need to get wild barra specimens to go through, look for parasites that are in the local waters, so that the barra farms are safe. They can prepare almost like we know that these things possibly will come in from the wild population, so that they can work out their protocols." So then I went, righto, I know where these barra are. I'm not allowed to get in there. So I called the professor and said, if I write an email or write a letter and you put it on your letterhead and then send it to the Ports North, the Port Authority, if we can get access into this area, then we can get you as many wild caught barra as you need. So he did that. And then we got this, I had to go to the Port Authority and get keys. and they let us fish this unbelievable honey hole for a month. And the average size of barra we caught, I think we caught 30 plus barra. I got my first meatery, which is that one. And yeah, it was incredible. And we only kept ones that were, I think 80 up to 80 centimeters. We let all the big breeders back. We took skin scrapes and did a bunch of work that he would get benefit from. But anything over, might have been 85 centimeters, we put back in. We just released them. But night after night, we were there catching massive barra. It was awesome. Best fun ever.
So, mate, how old are you right there?
Wow. That would be before my kids were born. So it must have been about probably 10, 11 years ago.
You were 10.
I wasn't 10. I was probably 40. In my
40.
40s.
Jeez, you're bloody 30. Good looking there for 40, mate.
Oh no, mate! I was hanging in there. It was a steep slope after that. See what kids do to you?
Oh, Jesus. Now I don't know if there are many people out there that like fishing, but I've got some footage here from Julian's fishing extravaganzas because of pretty much this man.
I'm scared. I'm scared of what's coming up. I know you've been trolling through my Facebook. I think I know one thing might come up at some point, but I'm prepared.
Oh, don't be worried. I'm not mate, I'm as technologically unsavvy as anything. Oh, hang on. I got some questions for you. Praddy87 asks, are you an ANGFA member, the Australian New Guinea Fishers Association?
No, but I probably should be. What is it? The Australian Angler Fishing
Australia and New Guinea Fishers Association. Australia and New
I didn't even know it
Fishers.
existed.
Really? Rainbow fish?
No, I didn't know.
No. All right, Praddy, the answer is no. Gone. But here's something a little bit different for you, mate. Can you read that? Read it out loud.
My son is desperate for an axolotl. Year-round chiller seems a bit much for his bedroom, though. Yeah.
What do you reckon, mate? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think axolotls are really difficult. Like again, I think I've killed a couple when I was a kid. I don't think I kept them with a chiller. Yeah,
Brisbane.
I think yes, not cold enough, and not stable.
No,
I don't know. Yeah,
yeah. Funny enough, axolotls why is it axolotls are such a magnet for kids when they're young? It was my magnet too. I had Felix, I had Goldie, I had bloody, I can't know what the brown one's name was. They bred, they were down the garage, they did fantastically. But why is it a magnet? They do nothing. They do absolutely nothing. And you have to go and
It's
invest
the legs,
in 300 legs.
Yeah, they're walking, and people, that's kind of what grabs their attention. And they're cute. My wife loves them. She wants me to get an axolotl. I said, I'm not getting one.
Really? One thing I always wanted to do, though, as a kid, I always wanted to let their tank evaporate so I could see them turn into salamanders. Because we're roughly the same age, yeah? And when I was in primary school, there was a, you looked up, I was all about unusual pets. So, and the books that were in the library in primary school back in the 80s were all North American books on unusual pets. It was chinchillas and Greek tortoises and prairie dogs and gerbils. And so...
Don't say gerbils.
Hey, you've gone there. Hey, no. This is PG rated. Mate, you're worse than Anya. You're worse than... Yeah, no, don't go there. Don't go there. So, naturally, in those books were salamanders and newts. I was desperate to get a newt and a salamander. And the closest I could be was to let my tank bastardize for about 6 months, let it evaporate, and let Felix, the poor albino axolotl, dry up and turn into a salamander. But I was never quite game enough for it.
No, I was going to say, how'd it go? Oh,
no.
My kids want I think you're right, though. I thought I was pretty exotic when I was a kid having the eels. They were probably my most exotic pet growing up.
Nah, that's
and a British bulldog.
Yeah, that's pretty low. That's low key Brisbane, mate. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Low key Brisbane. Yeah. All right, got another question for you. I know I don't. Right, I don't have another question for you. We're moving on. Oh, we were talking about fishing, certainly. So let's talk about some fishing. I know we did that. Did we finish that? No, we didn't, because we came to here, which made me think that you're leading your kids in the absolute wrong direction. Because here is your son standing on top of a mountainside with no water in sight. Please, mate, talk about disappointment. At least I'm telling my kid to go towards the river.
If he catches a fish there, then he's really doing well. You know, you got to start him off with dry. Just start him off. He's got to learn to cast first. Okay, that's the first important thing. You don't need water. You just need to get a sinker, throw it, hit the bucket.
So he's aiming for your car right down there in the valley.
Mate, actually, that's a bad dad moment. I think I left him. I was flicking a pool further down, and he probably could have fallen down there and broken his neck. He actually did. It was actually a mate. Again, a mate I used to work with at Cairns Marine, but he said, when we have the show, you got the Raw show, obviously, down your way at some point. You know, like the Easter show, or we have the Eka in Brisbane.
Not in Coffs
like,
Harbour, but yeah.
You still have the carnivals. Yeah, anyway, we have it in Cairns. And he makes a point, instead of his kid going to the show and spending stupid amounts of money on rubbish, he takes him fishing. It's called Man Camp. So his boy's about 12. Yeah, Man Camp. So he invited Luca and I to Man Camp, and my wife was really upset because my daughter wasn't invited. She said, "Are you sure Gabriella can't go?" And I said, "I'm sorry." He said it's Man Camp. So that was our first Man Camp, and he was learning to flick a lure. So it was his first lure fishing trip.
So that's one way to teach him, mate. One way to teach him. All right. Now
with no water.
With no water, but that's okay. All right, Julian, it's time for
Adam.
You're a middle-aged primate and you've seen plenty of stuff in your life. What stage of your life, either as a hobbyist or a professional, has been the most rewarding for you?
Okay. I would still say when I first came to Cairns, when I first discovered what a reef really was, and I said about going out in the reef, collecting, going out to crazy places where we really didn't, know what we were kind of in for, up in the northern parts of the Gulf, and trying to work out how to collect sawfish because no one did it, and we didn't really have any books to go from, and we had to kind of work it out as we went and deal with the problems that came along of the logistics of bringing them back on rough roads with 2 ton of water and losing tires and almost dying a few times. That was about, in hindsight, it was awesome. It was an adventure. It was really adventure.
And then you got to go and display that information to the rest of the world on the stage, which would have been a big moment for you as well. Sawfish.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that again, sharing. I think the biggest message we used to spend most of our time preaching to the international audience was about sustainable collection, because a lot of people didn't know about the issues with Indonesia and Philippines catching drug caught fish. So we used to really spend a lot of time talking about, buying your fish from a source which wasn't was definitely not coming from an area which was causing destruction on the reef. So yeah, that was a big part of what I guess the message that the directors at Cairns Marine wanted to get out to the world, because it was important to them.
Yeah. Julian, being a father, what have you learned from keeping aquariums that you would like to pass down to your children?
I think what I'm trying to teach them right now is that you get out of things in life what you put back in. You need to dedicate, I guess, yourself to something, and at the end of it, all the effort you put in you get the reward coming out. So, I think everyone's aquarium's a testament to their discipline, to the love, the passion they've got for what they're trying to achieve. And that can come at different times. You obviously have different levels of time to dedicate to your passion. But if you really put that in and you dedicate yourself to something over a long time, you do get the rewards. That's what I want.
I've got... Sorry.
What happened? Did I say the wrong thing?
No, you said the right thing. The exact right thing, Julian.
There's no shortcuts, Adam, in life. There's no shortcuts.
Right.
There's no free lunch.
Right.
There's no free lunch.
Right when you were saying that, I saw a comment from Tanya. Can you read this?
I thought I caught a legless lizard once. Brought it home and put it in a whole fish tank. It was actually shit. Oh, I'm very aware of making sure I tell my kids not to pick things up and not assume.
Oh,
don't assume.
Sorry. For everybody out there, because I know you love this segment, Hard Chat. We haven't finished Hard Chat yet, but it does remind me of a story that Funkalicious, if you're out there still, Dylan, he told me a story whereby he's a local to me, and he's a lovely bloke, and he was collecting a little bit of rock to take back to his aquarium to allow some grazing for some juvenile butterfly fish, etc., etc. And lo and behold, a small octopus crawled out of the rock whilst it was in his tank. You know where this is going, don't you? Yeah, you know where this is going.
I know.
And he thought, oh, that's pretty cool. He's a bit of a surfy dude. He's a bit, oh, yeah, man, it's all very cool. he's got some young kids, so he's teaching them all about the nature, decides to let it go. So he manhandles this little octopus back down into the ocean, and it wasn't until it reached the ocean that it shows its true colors, which were some bright blue rings on its body.
Oh, isn't that a story that could have gone terribly wrong? Unbelievable.
All right. Now, I've got to get back on track, Julian, because I'm getting lost here at the moment. Hard chat. Julian, we all know that the saying behind every successful man is a strong woman, just like behind every shit hot ICP entrepreneur is a bloody smart Julian. Julian, what are the most common 3 problems that you are seeing in Australian reef tanks at the moment? This is deep. This is deep, Julian. Are you getting this?
I am.
This is not usually my cup of tea, but I'm trying to put it out there for those that are watching, they're interested in ICP. Julian, go. 3 big problems.
All right. I would say that overall, Australian reef tanks test better than a lot of countries in the world. That's not answering your question, but they do for a very important reason. They a lot of people in Australia have great access to good quality salt water, natural seawater.
Natural.
Yeah. So a lot of other countries, they got to use man-made salt, right? And we always say that if you can use natural seawater, use it, because it is way better than any man-made product. Again, nature does it best. What you do see as a consistent issue is phosphate. So we test phosphorus with the ICP. We don't test phosphate because you can't test phosphate, a molecule, with an ICP. So what we see is ICP readings of phosphorus, which are high. Even though people might be testing with a home test kit with a phosphate, they get a discrepancy between our calculation of the phosphate, because we test phosphorus, and we then use that to calculate how much phosphate you should be seeing in your tank. And they'll say, well, it's not as high as what you're saying. And that's because your water that you're getting from natural seawater is oftentimes high in organic phosphorus or phosphate, which you can't test with a home test kit.
Mm-hmm.
Organic phosphate isn't a dangerous thing for your aquarium. It will slowly get converted across to phosphate or consumed by your coral. So long story short, you do see a high level of phosphorus with Australian aquariums, but generally their water parameters are way better than other places in the world.
So just to interrupt, that phosphorus can become phosphate by biological processes. So are you saying that Australian reef tanks are showing relatively higher levels of phosphate?
They can as a tendency, unless they've got the adequate export mechanism in their system to make sure it's being pulled out. That can happen through, you can run wet skimming, run your skimmer wet. That helps bring out organic phosphorus out of your water. It's removed more efficiently if you run your skimmer with a wetter skimmate. You can, I think that's probably the best thing to do. Obviously, even if you get the water from, it depends when the person who's getting your water for you, what they treat. And I know some companies do some treatment on their water. It's when they take the water, it's a time of year they get the water off the coast, because obviously organic phosphorus or phosphate is coming through, fertilizers from farms and agriculture that get into our waterways. So there's a few. What tide do they collect the water on? But that's, again, there's really good quality sources of many companies around Australia doing it. But if I had to say something in Australia that I see that people don't realise sometimes is that.
So it's interesting, and I'm the worst person to talk because I have crazy high phosphate levels because of my love for fish and feeding them. But I've been attempting to be part of this hobby for so long that I've seen ranges of phosphate being from 0 through now to being 0.5 as being acceptable, whereas 0.05 to 0.08, I've got to say a lot of Americans stuff that up massively. Where does Triton say that a phosphate level is okay?
It always comes back to what you want to keep, Adam. Like, what do you want to keep and what are you trying to achieve? So it really depends if you want to keep, and we kind of always aim for more using the SPS coral. Because if you can keep SPS alive, you can keep everything that's, I guess, easier on the level, on the list of difficulty. So from an SPS aquarium, I would say you want to have your, you definitely want to have it below like 0.07, 0.08 for phosphate, because you're actually
you broke up a bit then. Did you say 0.07?
0.07, 0.08, you know, that's the high end, and then down to 0.03. Ours, that tank you're looking at there in the video, 0.018, I think was what we're pretty much sitting at. But why we aim for super low nutrient is that at the lower the nutrient, we got a lot of fish, we're feeding a lot of stuff. So it's not like people always focus on the actual number, and that's the next thing I'd probably say that's what the go wrong, is they're really focusing on what they're reading, which is important if it's high, super high, you need to get it down. But then they go, oh, my nitrate phosphate is low. I don't have enough in there. It's like, well, you're feeding a lot of fish in there, you're feeding all the time. It's constant availability of nutrient to the coral. Maybe they're not swimming, it's not at a high level in the water, but it's always present and the corals can always take it. So I think a lot of people get caught up on, I need to have my nitrate here and I need to have my phosphate here, where I think that's a mistake. You shouldn't think of it that way. You should think, I'm putting a lot of food in this tank. I've got a lot of fish swimming around. It's being consumed. And that goes back to even trace elements. Like I'll make that my second thing. So I think that people chase numbers too much, and they really, and that's partially Esen's fault because he started ICP testing and he brought that industry. So hang on. Your fault. Him, that guy.
His fault.
That guy. Blame him. I'll give you his phone number now. You can text him personally, and everyone can tell him that he's the reason everyone's gone crazy about numbers. But what we do, and he says too.
He's a bloody chemist.
Yeah, he's a chemist. Exactly. I'm a biologist. I just look at my tanks, my freshwater tanks. You know, I'm not chasing numbers. They're not tested with ICP. Yeah, I just.
Oh, that would be fascinating if you tested your freshwater bedding tank on an ICP. That would be fascinating.
I'm a tight ass. I'm paying for the gas. I'm not testing them with ICP. That's coming up a bottom line. No chance. I'll just do a one change.
Don't you get staff discounts, mate? Come on.
No, it's my machine. Well, I'm paying for the gas. It's coming out of my money. I'm not doing ICP on them, but there's definitely in value for down the track freshwater testing. I think for people with planted tanks, ICP. I think that could really manipulate some elements and give them a lot of power. Pretty much what happened to the marine aquarium industry, bringing ICP and being able to play with things. If we were to calibrate the machine for freshwater, really calibrate it for freshwater, would allow any of the guys like Gil, I'm sure if Gil's got a planted tank, to find out what if you added more vanadium, what does that do to your root structure of what color changes do lifting iron, dropping different elements. It just gives you power. I'm not saying we're not into that stuff, but it's guys, if we give you guys the opportunity to test and manipulate your trace elements with your planted tanks, I've got no doubt, even guys that are growing things not necessarily aquariums, they might find things too they could do with
All
it.
right.
And who knows? I mean, we just provide
This is
the
the first. This is the first, everybody. Triton ICP is branching out into the cultivation of marijuana for the benefit of everybody in Park Beach Plaza. Righto, Julian. This is a question from me. I'm struggling at the moment with growing my. Can you believe it? I'm struggling with at the moment growing my Iwagumi style Calopa aquarium, and I think it's because my nitrate and phosphate levels are too high. And I'm surprised that this evening I tested my alkalinity and it had dropped all the way down to about 4 DKH. Me thinking that there's nothing in the aquarium to take up alkalinity. Calcium and magnesium stay the same. So I've got to read this off. Julian, the Triton method relies heavily on a thriving macroalgae bed. What are the most important elements to maintain thriving macroalgae? What are the ideal nitrate and phosphate levels? And are macroalgae reliant on reef coral levels of calcium, alkalinity, and magnesium, with the exception of halimeta, because we all know they require it?
Okay. I will do my best to answer this, but I will be the first to say that I'm not the chemistry guy.
No. Don't be that. We all know there's a Robin behind every Batman, and you are a Robin.
I'll give you the Robin answer. Because I don't want to take
I'm sure. Esan may not be out there wondering or watching right now, but if he is watching right now, he's starting to shake in his boots because Robin is starting to step up that ladder and push him on the arse from behind. We all saw those shows back in the 80s.
He's safe, mate. He's safe. All right. So I can tell you what I do know is that there's a massive limitation, and this probably comes back to a fundamental, again, and something that many people don't understand and know, that the products like Triton Cells, Core 7, which we use for supplementation, everyone says like, oh, it's a supplementation program for your coral. Not actually what it's about. And ESAN intentionally called base elements because it's actually obviously calcium, magnesium, alkalinity, which is for your coral. But pretty much everything else in there, a lot of it's made for your filter. That's why we have Triton method, which is base elements, and reef supplement, which is other methods, people without algae filters. Because ESAN designed a program that actually puts in the important ones, and I'll tell you what I know, things like zinc, iodine, iron, manganese, things like that. People think manganese is gone for your gonnies, if you have gonnies. But as a company, ESAN couldn't design a product for your coral because no company knows what coral atom you're keeping in your aquarium. So he designed a product which caters to your filter, and that is the major difference. There's actually no other, to my knowledge, supplementation program that's designed for your filter, because we know if you're running a Triton method aquarium, you're going to have a refugium with algae. So we know what that algae needs. You add those supplements with your calcium and alkalinity and magnesium, and then the additional needs of the aquarium is dictated by your ICP results, because we don't know what's in your tank. No one does. So then we use the ICP to tell us, on top of the things that have been consumed by the filter, we know you need to add these additional things. That's in a nutshell.
All So we've got to unpack a few things here. The first thing, I guess my question was based around the concept of trying to get freshwater people into saltwater via macroalgae. What you're discussing there is the concept of relying upon macroalgae to provide a healthy environment for a coral reef tank and providing what's required in the water for that to happen. So plant people love to know, and that's where I was coming from, which I guess is my deficit. What does my algae need to grow properly? I know it needs iron, but what am I missing? What am I missing for it to grow properly? Does it need manganese?
Yep.
Does
So
it
I can
need
make it
zinc?
simple. It definitely does, but I can make it simple, and that's again, I can't tell you exactly what's in it because he's never told me, and I don't want to know. But Infusion is the product that we sell, which is directly designed, and that's the thing that goes in the Core 7. The only difference between the one we make for the algae filters aquariums, the Triton method, and the ones that we make for the non-algae method or filtration is Infusion, and that's the product he put together with all those things that support the algae. But I can't tell you exactly what, because he does. I don't know what's in there exactly, but I do know.
Why not?
Iron. Why do I need to know?
There's
I'll
iron.
tell you
There's iodine.
Yeah, mate, you come up with something really great, and then you tell everyone the recipe so they can DIY it themselves. That's smart.
Absolutely. Although I've got to say, it does give me the shits a little bit that when you read labels of products in the aquarium world, it doesn't tell you what's in it. It does give me the shits a little bit. Okay, so I'm assuming you can just nod or shake your head. Macroalgae, because I love the concept of bridging the gap between freshwater and saltwater. So macroalgae needs iron, nod or shake. And I'm assuming it's going to need iron in a chelated form, which is stable in a high pH. So DDTPA, EDDHA, that kind of thing. Not EDHA and not iron sulfate.
No idea. I don't know.
No.
That's a chemistry question. I don't know. But you're right. It needs to be in a chelated form. Correct. That is correct.
Yeah.
And there's different forms of iron.
Yes.
So
yeah,
irons,
Fe plus Fe
iron.
plus.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right.
Iodine.
Yes.
Macroalgae, iodine. Manganese.
Definitely.
Zinc.
Yeah, pretty sure. Yes.
Copper.
We don't add copper. Copper's no, not
Potassium.
submarine. It's too dangerous. I don't know, but I don't believe potassium. Actually, maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
All right. Now,
coral color, and Anya is a big fan of it. So,
all right.
It's in our product.
The last thing I'll say is that I haven't added. I've been away in Indonesia. I haven't added anything to my macroalgae tank, which is struggling. When I tested this afternoon, my calcium and magnesium stayed exactly the same. Hadn't budged, but my alkalinity had plummeted. What the hell's going on there? There's no coral in there. There's no snails in there. I know nitrification requires or absorbs alkalinity somehow.
Yeah.
I don't quite know how. But does coral growth? Do you say that the coral growth in the Triton refugium absorbs alkalinity somehow?
No, I don't think so. Like you said, if you had a halometer, that would make sense, but not. You don't, so therefore no. I would guess you've got some type of detritus build-up, which might explain because you're away and you weren't cleaning things as much as you should have, or you normally do, I should say. It's causing zones of where acidic processes are happening, and if you've got acidic processes in areas, they're going to consume your alkalinity. That's the only thing I can think.
Well, that makes sense because what I tried to do, I wanted to create a carpet of Caulerpa peltata, which was like the Shrek's Years Caulerpa, as in clipped nice and close all the way around the base with a nice Iwagumi rock aquascape kind of thing and cardinal fish. And I used scoria as a substrate because I thought, well, Caulerpa is epiphytic. It's not going to go in sand. So maybe it'll grow on Caulerpa, on scoria.
Scoria.
Like, Quinkin. You know Quinkin up in Mount Quinkin? Yep.
Not well.
Yeah, there you go. So Quinkin, by the way, is a scoria from Mount Quinkin up on the Atherton Tablelands beyond Cairns. But naturally, being so open and so porous, there's going to be detritus and mulm that settles down amongst that area there. So that could consume alkalinity for me.
Yeah, I'd say it's acidification in the build up of that, and then you get the zones where they kind of will consume alk. I mean, it shouldn't be huge, but depends on how much.
All right, everybody. Now, there you go. Beneficial bacteria consume alkalinity too. Anya says, Esun likes potassium for bacteria health. And what does that say there, Chris? Yes, little bottle you add to solution 1 of the core 7. That means nothing to me whatsoever.
Yep.
Anya saying molybdenum. Manganese, iron, boron. All
there you
right.
go. Anya knows more better than I do.
I know. I don't know why she's behind a black mask there, though. You do less water changes only applied when nitrates high as a Triton. Okay. All right. Now, Julian.
Adam.
We have touched on your days in Cairns Marine. Now, somewhere in my video footage down here, we've moved on from Cairns Marine. We've taken you fishing. We've stolen Esun's boat. We've put a lovely lady on the back of it. You've taken fishing with your children, but somehow you've ended up in Triton with Esun. So the question is, I've got some footage here. I've really got to take a piss. I've really got to go and do a piss. So.
Me too.
So what should we do, mate? You got to do it. You've been drinking beer, haven't you?
Yeah, I know. And you're on the whiskey, so you're.
I know. Better than I am. All right, so everybody out there, we've got
they're floating.
All right, so what we're going to do right now, I'm going to. Oh shit! Oh god, damn it! Right,
done.
I spilled shit everywhere. Okay. What we're going to do, everybody, right now is we are going to take a minor break. We are going to allow Julian to go and relieve himself. I'm going to shake the whiskey off this pad and top up. In the meantime, I'll play a little bit of footage from some of the Triton reef tanks that are running across the world. We've got Mexico, we've got Brazil, and that is a bit of a. Is this it here? Hang on. Yes, this is it here. This is Cairns Marine. All right.
No,
not Cairns Marine.
Cairns Aquarium.
Cairns Aquarium. So everybody out there. All right. So, Julian, I do you a deal. You go and do what you got to do. I go and do what I go and do. I'm going to press play, and then we're going to revisit in about 1.5 minutes.
I'll be back.
Go.
be down. I'm here, mate. I'm back.
I'm on the loo. Give me some radio.
All right. Okay. So what you're looking is a top-down picture of the Cairns Aquarium we've been running for 4 years now. We've got. I should have sent you a refugium photo. That's quite impressive. Oh, that's our tank. Oh no, sorry, that's the tank in Brazil. One of our Triton distributors in Brazil. He got us over there when we set up the lab. Before we set the lab up there, and he's incredible. His name is Ricardo. Ricardo. Hey Ricardo. You'll never see this, maybe, but maybe you will. He's got a beautiful display aquarium, large, about 2,500 litres in his shop, and it's his pride and joy. And he entrusted us with that. Looking at helping him look after that. That's his shop. Yep, that's Jeff. That's his aquarium. And yeah, it's a centerpiece for Sao Paulo. People go in there. So he's got a massive freshwater section too. Brazil. You don't say anymore, but he's got a beautiful shop there, and full Triton method on everything. And yeah, he's stoked with his results. He's been. Yeah, he pretty much we went through the steps of helping him convert his sump filtration. So we set up with better kind of. There's a few things with the Triton method sump setup, which is important. That was another thing that I think a lot of people miss is how they run their skimmer after the refugium. And I think one of the biggest things I learned, which I kind of went dumb, of course. You're trying to keep your skimmer in an area which traps. You're right, mate.
Say that again.
You want to trap protein in your area where you're keeping your skimmer, right? That would, to optimize your efficiency of your skimmer, you want to trap protein, which is what the protein skimmer does, remove protein waste. And the most important thing that most people don't do properly is take the water from that compartment from the bottom of that area. So in their filter, they have the water flow into that compartment. Generally, if you're doing Triton methods, from your refugium over a baffle into that area. The key thing that most people miss is that they should be getting the water from that compartment should be coming under a baffle. So the gap should be at the bottom of the glass baffle, so that the water is taking the clean water from the bottom, and the protein waste is lighter. It sits up in the top third of your protein trap, and then the water from the bottom gets fed back to the return pump, which goes back to your tank. So you can make your filter more efficient just by taking the water from your protein skimmer compartment from the bottom, so the water has to flow under a baffle to get back to your tank. That's a huge thing. That's something everyone can take from this.
But no one does that. No one does that because you go over and then under a baffle to get rid of the micro bubbles, though.
You can do it. You can have two, like people do, a bubble trap, which is great.
Yeah.
So you get two things, and you also get where your return pump is, where the last compartment. So we have three compartments: refugium, protein skimmer, protein trap. The last one is where the return pump goes. So then if you put the two baffles there, with the first one with the water passing under, it becomes a bubble trap with the second baffle.
Yep.
And then the water drops, the water stays consistent where your skimmer is, because you don't want your skimmer compartment going up and down. You want it to be set. So you achieve two things. You get the protein trapped where the protein skimmer is, where it should be. And then you get the where the return pump is what drops with evaporation. And if you don't have an automatic pop-up system.
Okay.
It's important. Very important.
All right. I think what we need to do is backtrack. We need to backtrack. We need to backtrack from where you left Cairns Marine and somehow ended up on Isan's boat?
The 2 years in the wilderness.
Yep. So in a nutshell, because there's people here that might be. We've had some. It was Prady asking about nanos with the Triton method. We've got people interested in the Triton method. In a nutshell, you're working now at Triton Applied Reef Biosciences. What is the Triton method? What is it in a nutshell? 2 sentences, go.
The simplest way to be successful with a reef aquarium. A filtration setup. Sorry. A filtration setup, which I think is the simplest, low-tech way to be successful with an aquarium all the way up to an SPS, outer barrier reef, strawberry short tank, aquarium. With, if you want, no water changes.
I was about to say with no water changes.
That is the way. Like, if you ask me what I wished I knew back when I was doing the maintenance division at Cairns Marine, driving around with a truck with 400 litres of water on the back, doing water changes at, dragging hoses through the foyer of a resort. If I knew what I know now, I would not have spent any time doing water changes. I would have been just going there, cleaning the glass, checking the coral, feeding the fish, maybe, cleaning skimmer cups and stuff like that. Not doing water changes, which we've had that tank that you saw before, our reef tank. We put 200 and something kilos of live rock in there. We let it go through the basic site. It was live rock straight off the boat, so it didn't have much of a blip or cycle, but we haven't done a water change. We still haven't done a water change. I've got 2 IBCs there if I ever had a problem, if the tank let go or some tank had a crack or something. We have got water, but we don't do water changes. And there's no need, because you only do water change, I always said 2 reasons. You're trying to replenish trace elements, or you're trying to export nutrient, or you just like getting out of the house and going down to the aquarium shop and you're just making an excuse to your wife or husband to get out of the house.
So in a nutshell, the Triton method is a method based on biology whereby you involve macroalgae to do the filtration for you, along with protein skimming, but no mechanical filtration.
No.
And you rely upon it can allow you to not do water changes so long as you have a regimented testing program in place where you can keep track of what's going on in your aquarium.
Yep. And we're not against water change. Water change is a tool. You may need to do a water change if you've had a contamination. We've had recently guys at Forever Reef who do the coral bank up here in Port Douglas. They're collecting all the different species with Charlie Veron to get all the different species, so they've got them for scientific research and also for reef restoration down the track if they need it. But they do full Triton method. And they had this tin showing. They couldn't work out where the tin was coming from. And they, because of the ICP, which we do every couple of weeks on their systems, they found that tin was showing up, and then they started to look and they found a tool, like a scraping tool that one of the staff members had dropped and left in the tank. So before that got to a point where, again, that's a contamination. ESEN always says contamination is from something you don't know is going into your tank is probably 70% the importance of ICP. 30% the value.
Magnet scrapers and power heads, magnets.
Yeah, magnets. Yep, magnets are a big one. Pumps and stuff that let go. Nuts and bolts that fall off, lights and things that are hanging above your tank that get into your tank without you knowing. That the point is, if you can see a trend line, and even if it's like, say, tin or something blips once and it's at 2 or 3 or 4, but then the next test it goes away, then that's fine. It's just you'll get these little blips. But if you see that trend line, that's where the consistency of a monthly test, or you see these trend lines going, it was 4, then it was 16, then it was 25, then it was, and you grab, or you actually put into action to look for something before the corals start dying. That is the most powerful thing. I always get people screaming, "Oh, please hurry up with that test. This is urgent because corals are dying." It's a reactive it's a reactive use of ICP, and I always feel that that's the dangerous way to run your reef aquarium. And I'm not saying I sell to ICPs, so obviously I'm going to say, but the real power is to see things before they cause mortality in your tank. I think that's the power of an ICP. And if you can do it when everything's good, that's the other thing I say. If you can do it when everything's good, you also see what your tank should be at. When everything's good, like you get a feel for.
Somewhere back in that scroll of comments, I had a question about what is ICP? What is ICP?
It is inductively coupled plasma. It's a spectrometer. It's effective. It's what it does is too many beers. I'm not gonna. I can tell you. I don't have to think about it. No.
I can see. Isan's back at home right now doing like this. No.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning, it's like, you're gone, man.
Yeah. And I'll say it's Sunday night, mate. I'm off the clock. Yeah. Listen, in a nutshell, what it does, right? It takes your water. It uses argon gas. I saw someone's question about why we're using gas, right? Argon gas, the same you use in a welding tool. We use that to create a plasma. Well, the machine uses it to make a plasma, which is burning at 10,000 degrees Celsius, which is supposedly hotter than the sun. And what that plasma does is it takes the water that we take from your water sample, and it goes through a process where it comes to it's called it's like a vape. It's a vapor. Like it makes these little droplets, little tiny droplets of water that go into the plasma, and then effectively the argon gas burning at more than 10,000 degrees Celsius burns these and atomizes the water, and then it creates light. Whenever you burn something, you get light. The light then passes. So there's part of the machine which is what we call the physical part, where that burning process of the water happens, and the light, it kind of stops there. That's why ICP is good, because ICP OES is the part where it stays there, whereas ICP MS, they actually have to push it into the machine and weigh the molecules, the atoms. It's a different process, right? But what ours works on is burning it, and then the light produced goes through to the optical part. So half the machine's the burning part, and then the other part, the big part of the machine, is actually the optics. So what you've got in the optics is the light passes through this little tiny hole. So it's just light goes through that hole, and then it hits a prism, which breaks it up into the spectrum of colors, right? So the colors dictate what the element is. Every element burns a different color. So though it's one piece of light that burns from your tank water, it's made up of all these different colors. It looks orange when it burns. It's mainly sulfur that burns orange, but it goes through and then it hits the optics, and it pretty much measures your elements based on the colors that are produced from that light that come out of that. The colors dictate what element is in your water, and the intensity of that color dictates the amount of what you have in your tank. So it's a spectrometer. It's kind of like a fancy way of, the
old red sea.
Photometer.
So the big question is, there's been people, you might not be the person to ask this, but hey, you're Robbins, let's ask it anyhow. There's been people that will say they've sent in multiple ICPs and they've had varying results from it. They've sent multiple ICPs to the same company. They've sent multiple ICPs to different companies, and they've had different results. And so what can they trust that they do not know? What's the story?
Well, I can say that it is a level of trust. You got to trust someone. You got to trust you can do it yourself, but you can't do trace elements. You have to decide which company you want to trust. Personally, I think that if I was going to trust someone, I'd probably trust the person, whatever industry. Let's talk about any industry, not just ICP testing. You generally find someone who's most experienced. And if someone brought whatever they do and made it really widely believed it works, and you think it's worthwhile doing ICP, then, and the results, you've got to look at the results. What are the people who are doing ICP using the Triton method? What are they gaining? And I always say that too. Like, if you want to find out who to listen to for your reef tank, go find a guy who's got a reef tank and he's been running it for at least 2 or 3 years, and do exactly what he does. Do exactly what he does. Stick to his recipe, and don't try and take a little bit from him, then something you read online, and the guy down the road with another tank, and then put them all together in a Frankenstein system.
Yeah.
Just find someone who's successful. Just find your guru and stick with him. Now, if you go back to ICP testing, Esan brought ICP testing in the industry. He will never not be, until Triton goes out of business and someone else keeps doing it, he will never be the less experienced person than anyone doing ICP testing. So if I had to put my trust into someone, I would probably say he's not a bad person to put that trust in.
So you're saying that these two are the gurus, are you?
No, not me. Of ICP testing, yes. Fishing, me.
All right. So we should get serious. We should get serious. And I've got some serious questions for you. So this is now Triton has some. It's international, yeah. It's not Australia. We all, obviously. Here is the Cairns Aquarium, which has been running the Triton method system since when?
It's going 4 years now, so I'd say that was 2022. I think we got invited. Well, we first went in and started talking about them probably even a year before that, because they wanted to. There was the senior aquarist there who was in charge of coral husbandry. He was a big fan of Triton method. He talked to the curator there, Paul Barnes, who I've actually known Paul. He used to be the head curator at the Pier Aquarium, which is now shut down years and years ago. And he went into work for DPI. He was actually one of the really high level guys with the coral, crayfish, the painted crays, cracking the
Crayfish.
code. Yeah, for the hardest they class that as the hardest species. Like, it was the holy grail of actually getting all the larval cycles through for the painted crays. He was part of the team that did that at DPI. So he worked at DPI for a few years, and then he came back and ended up as the curator at Cairns Aquarium. And when Trevor Floyd, who's now working with Gabrumpa Ames, he was the head of coral husbandry. He was the one that said to Barnesy, I reckon we should do a proper coral tank, because I don't know if you've seen many coral displays at public aquariums in Australia. They're pretty.
They're terrible. They're terrible.
They're terrible. They are. They really are.
Yeah.
So, fortunately, I'll give Trevor the credit at the start. He was the one that started the project, and to Barnesy's credit, and it helped that I knew him as well, that he trusted us with they pretty much said, you guys tell us what we need to do with the filtration. We'll set it up the way you were suggesting. And we gave them, we still do. We sponsor their ICP testing, so they get weekly ICP testing. And mate, I love it, because I can look back at the most amazing data set of their tank, which when they first started, they took these two 10,000 litre displays off the main fish. There was a whole bunch of, I think it was probably 10,000 litre display tanks, all with just fish and fake coral. And they took these two tanks offline and dedicated the filter to these two. Made one in SPS, which is the one we're looking at now, and the other one in LPS dominant. So it's trying to kind of recreate the story. It was for the general visitors of the aquarium, that there's kind of an inshore LPS kind of area, and then you've got the outer barrier SPS kind of thing. It was breaking it down to a bit simple, but it still gave people an idea. There's different types of coral, and then most people go into that aquarium, they don't know anything about reef aquariums, so it's not really catered to the mad hobbyist that But I think even mad hobbyists would go into that display and be pretty impressed now with what it's at, and all the corals growing in and fighting each other. And yeah, I'm still talking to I think it's now the third coral husbandry manager, which is Brad, and before that was Isaac. Isaac went on to work for the reef restoration company I was telling you about it, or the non-profit that works up at Port Douglas. So all these guys have gone out and done different things, but they're all from this aquarium believers in that the method works really, really well. And the hardest thing at a public aquarium is you've got constant stuff. Like, you don't always have the same person in the tank, and you need to have something simple that people can follow. And I think that alkalinity is probably the parameter that is the most important. If you really want to say with what one parameter is the most important with a reef tank and an SPS, alkalinity. Just keeping that alkalinity, watching it. You can tell if your corals are pissed off pretty much straight away. If your alkalinity starts to lift up, you know you've done something to annoy your SPS and make them cranky. And your growth, your consumption of alkalinity will happen straight away.
All right. So I'll stop you there. I've got a feeling, and I'm sure that's not just my feeling. What are you smiling for? Uh-oh, he's frozen. He's frozen. You know, your service up there in Cairns, North Queensland, is shocking because you're slightly phasey right now. That's okay. That's all right. I've got a feeling that many people out there are thinking that maybe the Triton method, which involves sending in some ICPs on a regular basis to negate doing water changes, relying upon a heavy macroalgae bed, is more for the really intense SPS, Acropora, Montipora keeper out there, and not for that happy-go-lucky, I'm just keeping a coral reef tank with a few things, a few bits and pieces, a few softies, a few stylos, a few cereoporas, a few fungias, whatever. And not to mention, somewhere back there in the chat, I think it might have been Pratty asked about whether or not it was valid for a nano. Is there validity in running or subscribing to a Triton method for those kind of aquariums that aren't the high end, we'll call them, or high tech style aquarium? Because there's effort and there's cost, isn't there?
Yep.
Like you go and take your sample, big deal, whatever. It's going to cost you $60 for a test. It's going to cost you $60 every month or every fortnight, whatever you're going to do. You're going to have to try and maintain your levels of macroalgae in your aquarium, in your sump, in your refugium, which requires an addition of extra micronutrients. You're smiling because I'm trying to poke the bear. So, like, is there validity for those keepers that are more hobbyist as opposed to more extremist?
Yep. And your question comes back to a very much perception that we believe is out there with Triton being for the extreme, the 5%, 10% who are pushing boundaries with SPS. I think that I wasn't in that 5% kind of zone that we're trying to, even ourselves kind of push boundaries with what we're doing with 21x4 Illumagics over the top of our reef tank. Hang on. That's a bit crazy.
You broke up a little bit just then, but I was going to ask you about how many body lights were over that tank. There's a shitload of lights over that tank. And so you're running that tank at a fairly high level.
Yeah. And there's a reason for it too, because we're not, I mean, listen, we're challenging ourselves. Like, what can we do? Because we've got the ability to do things, and we've been in the game, well, been in the hobby for a long time. It's natural for you to push your boundaries to a point. And what we want is a natural. So I'll go back to your first question after this, but we're trying to get big tabletop acropora that look exactly like they look on the right now. If you don't have a blanket of light, you'll find little gaps even if you had three. If your lights aren't close enough together, you'll end up with where the one table will kind of reach in the middle. So instead of getting a nice flat, beautiful tabletop acropora, they'll have these little parts like where it's growing for the light. So we needed to try and provide that even par. That's why we have 21 X4s. You don't need that to grow coral, but we're trying to do something different. Going back to your question, if you're just you want a beautiful little mixed reef, why would you need to do Triton method? Well, why would you need Triton? Triton isn't about your SPS. It's really about, again, a filtration method, which is tried and tested. It's proven to work. Very simple, low tech. You don't need roller mats. You don't need filter stocks. You don't need water changes if you can set it up, correctly. So if you would like not to have the extra stress, and Esan said, so Esan actually, his wife Linda, actually had a shop in Germany before they had Triton. Part of their journey was having a shop where they used to have customers come in. And Esan kind of, over the years since he was 12 years old till he's probably in his 20s, he had learned how he wanted to run a reef aquarium in the simplest possible way, which he could replicate and provide to his customers who used to come to his shop to understand. They were always like, oh, I want to have a tank like yours. He's like, well, just follow the recipe. So that really where the Triton method was born. And it looks at every part of the problems that people have with a reef tank. Doesn't matter if you're starting with just a LPS tank and you're not doing SPS, you still have the same problems because you've got fish and you need to get rid of nutrient. So that's probably the biggest thing that I guess and you've got two options with nutrient export. There's two ways you can do it. You choose between two. It's bacteria or algae or water change. But water change doesn't work. It doesn't even mathematically work to do water changes to reduce nutrient because what are you doing? Like 20%?
Well, okay, this is interesting because, oh my God, yes, Julian, let's talk this shit because you're frozen. You're frozen. No, you're blinking. There you go. Righto. Let's talk this shit. Freshwater aquarists, and I was listening to a podcast this afternoon, will do a 75% water change weekly. Discus breeders will do a 90% water change daily. Neil's not out there. He might correct me, but it's a fucking shitload daily. So freshwater guys do these massive water changes because it's easy.
Yep.
And so I've thought, partly because I'm about to play with the biggest challenge I've got so far in my shed, which is a tiny little nano tank from Cade, and it's like, fuck, what am I going to do with this? I've thought about water changes, and the common idea with saltwater water changes is a 10 to 20% per week. Well, that does nothing for your nitrate.
No.
Nothing for your phosphate. It replenishes your micronutrients by 10% or whatever it might be.
Yep.
So what is it doing? What is a 10% weekly water change doing? And yet it is the staple, I should say, water change for the saltwater hobby. What does it do? Does it minimize organic pheromones or possibly? Does it do something for biochemicals in the water which we don't understand? Possibly. But in terms of what we're trying to monitor, it does nothing. It does nothing. So So I kind of feel like, and the hobby at the same time says you want stability. Therefore, you shouldn't do big water changes because that alters your stability.
Yep.
So you do a 10% water change, which does nothing for your elements, and also doesn't affect your stability. But the freshwater hobby that is very successful at what it does 75% water changes on it every week, if not more, when you come out to a planted display contest kind of a situation. And I'm going, it doesn't make sense. I honestly feel like either you're doing a shitload or you should do nothing.
Correct. And listen, a plant is not a coral.
Yeah. He's frozen.
A plant is not a coral.
Thank you. Is that what your hex dad has taught us? Anyhow, you hear from the parasitologist, the plant is not a coral.
So you can get away with it with freshwater. You can do it. And think about this though. Let's go back to, this is the thing that we got to remember where these things come from. The reef is way more stable than a river system. You think about creeks and rivers, right? You think about the dry season, the wet season, the changes that happen, like the variance in that, and not saying that the inshore reefs, that's why you get a lot of, soft corals and things that grow right on the coast. They can handle some amazing stuff. They can handle some varieties of salinity, nutrient, again, organic phosphate loads that go up and down and change through the year. But you put a strawberry shortcake that's living out on the continental shelf that lives its entire life and it's evolved over thousands of years to not deal with any changes, not really any changes. Absolutely, you can't even measure the nutrient. Esan got water from Cairns Marine way back. I was still at Cairns Marine at the time, and he got the water from where the strawberry shortcake was collected, and he tested it 5 times because he didn't believe the results. He said, "There's something wrong. Like it can't be that pure. The water's so pure out there." So yeah, you can't compare. And again, exactly what you said. You're trying to achieve a change in your water chemistry by doing a water change, at the same time trying to maintain ultimate stability. If you're getting ultimate stability, then you're not achieving what you're trying to achieve with a water change.
Yeah,
that's where it's a logical fight in people's heads. And that was what probably made me sit up and listen, because I was at Esan's talk at MACNA in 2014 with Lyle, because when we went to MACNA in 2014, which was Jake Adams' MACNA, the one he set up in Denver, Colorado, in his backyard. I didn't stay there. I went to Jake's house, and there was a bunch of people talking at the conference, and I was talking as well. So we got invited to this party, and there was bowls of things on because Denver's got different rules than we have over here. But you had Dr. Lemon, or Yikai T was there back when he was a young, he hadn't even started studying, I think, taxonomy. He was talking. Monika Guraby from Mauritius, whose dad got the gem tangs, she was talking. Vincent Chalias, the Frenchman, the crazy Frenchman who we love, who works Bali aquaculture, he was talking. I was talking about sustainable collection of fish and coral in Australia, and Esan was bringing ICP testing to America, and I didn't know what an Esan was. This little excited crazy guy ran up to me and Lyle and was like, "I've got your fish and I've got your coral in my tank." And we're like, "Righto, who are you?" And he goes, "Oh, I love Cairns Marine. You got to come to my talk. I've got an ICP. You got to see it." And I'm like, we were like, "Fucking hell, we just got I don't know how many hours it took us to get there. We're like so hungover probably and jet lagged. And then just that's where we met him and started talking about it. But in his talk, he was explaining about it, and I remember just looking along going, fuck, this is a game changer, mate. Like, what about when we get 500 pieces of Catallophilia and put it in our system? What do they drag out of the system that we don't know about? And we're doing water changes, obviously, to try and keep up. But it was just a change in like the tool that we could suddenly get so much visibility of what our water chemistry was, which we lacked up to that point. And he said at the time, it's like we're going from 8% or 9% of our visibility of our water to 99%. So that was the change ICP brought. And yeah, from there, I guess, he was at the end of the talk, he was saying, why do you guys do water changes? And all these Americans, one after the other, all these old blokes were just getting up going, I don't want to change for this reason. And he said, yeah, but you can do this instead. You don't need to do a water change. And then the next guy would get up and, I do want to change for this. And then it was just one after the other. He was just shooting them down like bang, bang, bang. They couldn't come up with a reason. Really, they couldn't come up, in my opinion. I'm listening going, yeah, that's not really a reason to do it. You can't really tell me you need to do a water change. There's way more simpler other mechanisms or protocols you can put in place that you don't have to do one. And the thing people come back, I just feel that the water's better if I do a water change. That's what they say. I'm sure it's doing something.
Does the Triton method run carbon or ozone?
Carbon. We don't like ozone or UV. Generally.
Carbon.
Sorry. Yeah, carbon and GFO or Al99, which is aluminium oxide.
Yeah. Okay. So the algae won't remove sufficient phosphate?
It will take out some. It's mainly a nitrate.
Yeah.
It's mainly nitrate. It will take out a portion of your phosphate, but we do also rely upon an export mechanism of some type of GFO or aluminium oxide.
And a higher phosphate level will retard the algae growth?
Yes. Yep. Definitely certain algae, Adam. So you can have, I think Caulerpa's better to deal with certain things. I think keto, whatever you call it, Ketomorpha, it actually doesn't like really, like what I'm saying, high, super high nutrient. It actually slow down. That's why we actually don't tell people what algae to put in their refugium. They should let the tank dictate what algae grows, and that's why we tell people they should put a piece of. It's very lucky in Australia we've got access to it. Less so than back in the day. I think it's become a very hard thing for some people to get access to. But live rock, we always say put a big piece of live rock in your refugium, and that will allow certain macroalgae to grow out of that rock, and the tank dictates what algae you grow. You don't tell the tank what it's grow because.
Have you found in your Triton Reef 2.0 that certain macroalgae have taken over? And if so, what are they?
Yeah, we've seen a change and a shift. Probably, and I can say, probably I've seen it more of the actual Cairns Aquarium tank. I've seen that shift a few times, but I think that the tank at work has probably shifted from, again, more keto to Caulerpa. And
what species?
I think it's Rasmosa.
Really?
But I'm not
the great.
Yeah.
The great.
Yeah, the great. Yeah. That seems to. But there's another. I'm not an algae expert. I'll be the first to admit. I'm not into.
You like worms? Worms.
Bum grubs. Yeah. I know that there's a different type of the one at the Cairns Aquarium. It's not Rasmosa and it's not Taxifolia. It's another one. that grows. It's a more dense, small leaf one. Again, I don't know, and I don't care.
Oh,
I had what's that?
Brachypus.
Maybe.
Little short, round, oval kind of blade or elongated blade. Not a massive fast grower.
No, and that's the thing. It'll shift depending on what's the ideal. It's like a soil in a garden. You can't grow every plant in the garden because the pH or whatever's there or not there is conducive to certain things to grow. Same with your refugium. The most important thing is don't necessarily rely on those purple red refugium lights, which are designed for Chaetomorpha. We prefer and we use those PCLs, the compact fluoros, which are, I think the one we got over there is 14,000 K, but blue white.
Okay.
So if you want to go just this a broad spectrum light, which allows as many different types of algae to grow as possible, then you should go a blue, what we said in the past, T5s, blue, white, 50-50, cool white, blue. You don't want to spend like $1,000 on a light and put a coral light over the top, but that if people have got a lot of money and want to waste it, they can put those over refugium. That'd be great too. But yeah, I think that lighting spectrum's a big limiting factor for a lot of people's refugiums, and also putting the live rock in there to let the algae grow. That should grow.
So not the 6,500 Kelvin Bunnings special floodlight job?
No, we're not using that. We're using 14K.
Yes, I got that. All right. Questions for you, Julian. How necessary would you say it is for ICP testing on a non-coral tank, a fish only? Is there benefit?
Yeah, if you've got issues, definitely. If you've got something like causing constant outbreaks of stress, parasites and things that you can't put your finger on. Again, that's what I said. If you come back to try and take the variables out, like what's causing these things to break out, that might be, you might find I would check if there's an issue. Obviously, if your nutrients are off the charts, your nitrate and phosphate, then get those down. That would be the low fruit. Focus on that. We won't pick up on an ICP if you've got a toxin in your tank. Like if you've got one of those plug-in deodorizer things, which I don't know how many tanks have been killed by those things. It's one of the go-to questions I always have. Tell me you don't have one of those things plugged into your wall next to one of the tanks, because the tanks are a magnet. Water sucks that stuff in, and it's a toxin. We won't see that on ICP. That's not an element. It's a molecule.
Have you guys seen any ICP results that might point towards hole in the head disease with tangs?
No, nothing that I can say. I think the usual things everyone talks about. But I will say that I think that we've had hole in the head on fish that we put in the tank, and that it's healed. So it's not a one-way street. You can get a fish back from lateral line. And I'm not going to put it down to the Triton method. I will say that there's something to do with the algae filtration. I don't know what it is, and I'll not claim to know why. Maybe it's just having low nutrient, or like a more a better water quality in general that helps things. But I know Julian Sprung's brought some fish back from the brink, and he uses the mangroves. You know what I mean? Like that's his algae filtration. The other Julian, he's a great guy. He's a great guy. He is the Julian. He is the Julian, right? I'm the unknown Australian Julian that makes himself.
That's it.
Yeah. But I really like Julian. I love catching up with him, and he talks to me, which is nice.
Well, that's nice. Yeah. No, I love the way he's so careful and thoughtful with his words. Can I ask a question of my own? How often do you change your carbon on your aquariums? Because with the Triton method, with the algae, because I find that algae does release a fair bit of
organic.
Yeah, coloration to the water, we'll call it.
Yep. We do it at least monthly, 3 to 4 weeks. We change our carbon over. So we run our carbon and our AL99 in a reactor, which is in the same reactor, but it's split. So the water comes from the bottom, goes through the carbon first, and then it comes up through the AL99 or GFO if you want to use GFO. So it always goes through the carbon first and then the phosphate media. That's important.
Okay. All right. Question for you from Senior Ding Dong 969. So a sulfur reactor would fit in the method as it's bacterial based? How do you feel about a sulfur denitrator in your method? Well, not yours, but the Triton.
Well, I've played with them over the years before I worked for Triton and at Cairns Marine. We played around with them. I find they can be
work.
They work. No, they work. They definitely work. So I'm not saying they don't work. They do get clogged up with bacterial mold and stuff, which can cause some slowdown, and you got to be careful with that. Again, like I said before, you got two choices, and they both work. You got the algae path, or the bacterial path, and that's the bacterial path, right? And bacteria.
Can you not run the bacterial path at the same time as the algae?
You can, but we don't again, I don't think you need to overcomplicate it. Just run the algae. It's more efficiently, or run it properly, and you don't need to run two methods. You know what I mean? That's when you get into this thing and you're adding organic carbon, which is what feeds the bacteria, because that's what the beads and stuff in those filters are. They're little sources of organic carbon. And algae populations will fluctuate. They're a lot more fluctuative than algae. They'll boom and bust, and you can't be guaranteed as to what algae you're growing.
Well, so I think from a person. See, I run a sulfur reactor on two of my tanks, and they do work very well to reduce nitrate in a heavily fish populated system at the expense of your alkalinity. They consume alkalinity like nothing else, which is...
And Adam.
Yeah. Yes. Julian.
They will consume alkalinity and nitrate. They consume it, but
yes,
both.
They do a great job, but I think that's part of the issue. I think with people want to run algae is that there's a problem. In essence, are you being an algae farmer, or are you being a coral farmer? Are you being a bacterial farmer? And there's plenty of people out there that have had their algae as ectomorphas, like they'd boom and they bust, they would die, they'd peter out, and it becomes too hard.
Yep, I agree, and I know people have. They may not be again providing the correct spectrum of light for the algae, and as things change, they may not. The algae that is most needs to grow can't, because it hasn't been given the right light spectrum for starters. They're not putting some type, like we spoke at the way backs about the different trace elements. Like, they've got to have that as well. It's not just light. It's not just the water nutrient level. It's also is there a supporting trace element kind of program supplementation that's giving it what it needs, because it needs to take the nitrate, it needs to take the phosphate, it needs the right light, and it needs these other elements to keep it healthy, like plants do in the garden. So if you don't have all those things, you might crash. The thing that people focus.
Oh, sorry. Go.
I was going to finish off. I think that the other thing that people don't see the benefit of the algae is it also supports the pods, the life that feeds the coral. If you have one that nutrient exports, one great thing, but then you also add to that the food, the live food that is produced from a healthy refugium It's feeding back. All those larvae from the isopods, the amphipods, the copepods goes back up into the system. And if you don't have UV and ozone, which I saw someone saying, what's wrong with UV and ozone, is that they're a sterilizing component of your filter, which kills everything.
Go. There you go.
Yeah, so that's it. Okay, so it's actually, if you've got a healthy refugium, apart from the nutrient export, you're gaining a lot of food for your coral. Like SPS love that. Like they love those little things that are buzzing around. You know, you may not see them, but they're there and they're coming out of your filter. You run it through, and that's what a UV is doing and an ozone's doing. It's sterilizing. It's killing whatever goes through it. That's the aim. It not only kills it, it takes it away.
But could you not say that a coral wouldn't care that if their juvenile copepod is dead or alive? And from what I understand, with ozone, it takes for it to be at a sterilizing level is ridiculously high compared to what we would do in an aquarium to minimize smells and tannins and tints and that kind of thing. So it really shouldn't cause an issue in regards to life in the aquarium.
I'm not anti-ozone or UV. Just don't get me wrong there, guys. I've used them both, and I've used them in the commercial facility because I think that, and as a parasitologist, I've said to people, have a UV plumbed in as an option, as if and when needed, you turn it on and use it. If you do have an outbreak of parasites, right? Which is not a bad thing to have that ability to go, righto, I've got an outbreak. I can just turn my two valves, pull it out, put the brand new, actually working bulb in. Nice clean quartz sleeve that's clean, not clouded up with shit. It lets the light go through to the water. I know the dwell time I need to make sure it kills what it needs to kill on the way through, and it's ready to go. It's ready to kill parasites, right? And run it for a month and let it kill everything, and then your parasite issues go away. Everything settles down. Take it out, clean the quartz tube, save the light. Don't run it for a year, and think that you've still got UV sterilization when you haven't touched that bulb. Now, to me, that's a classic. I run UV. Really? How often do you change that bulb? How often do you clean the quartz sleeve? Is it actually functioning, or is it just costing you electricity? And what's it doing?
Has there been enough studies on ultraviolet light to determine how often you need to change that bulb? Because I've heard things from, I work on once a year, but I've also heard people talk about every 2 years, every 3 years. I'm thinking, well, that's not what I'm familiar with. Has there been any scientific studies from a parasitology point of view that says this is how often you have to change a UV bulb in ideal circumstances with the ideal flow rate?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'm sure Gareth Barber could give you information about that. I don't go that far down that rabbit hole. I just know I always work on 9 months.
9 months.
9 months to a year. You want to be really sure about it, you know? And ozone's the same too. Like, I think ozone units, I've seen them drop out of production. Are you testing ORP? Are you ORP? Are you doing all the things that to know? But it comes back to why you need to do it. Like, why do you need to run all the time and kill things all the time? Because you're effectively killing stuff that may be beneficial, and you may not. Again, if it's running like you said, if it kills it through the UV or the ozone, and then it goes back up into the system, and the corals don't catch it. If it's dead, it might just settle down and just break down and become nitrate in the tank. If it's alive still and hasn't been zapped, what does it do? It goes on the merry-go, goes around again. It doesn't go through a filter mat. It doesn't go through a pulled socks or a roller mat. It just passes through your refugium. And if it doesn't grab on there and grow, it just goes back through and doesn't get sucked out by your skimmer. It keeps going through the loop, which is fine. If the corals get a chance to get it the second time round, it still gets eaten. Yeah. That's what we say with, like, people go, do you add aminos to your tank? And we tell people, if you want to run aminos, go to Coral Essentials. Go and get, the guys are great there. We test their water. I go and pick up samples from Shane and Christian all the time. And they're only 3 minutes away from my house, just down the road. So I drive past, go and have a chat. Christian makes me laugh. So does Shane. And I just go and I say, if you want to use, they're a good Australian company. Go and get aminos. Go and use them. But we also say, if you have a healthy refugium, you're actually providing the best amino, which is little packets of amino acids, which is pods, straight to your coral. And if they don't get consumed, they go around and do the merry-go-round again and keep coming back until they get eaten. That's our way of thinking.
Okay. So, all right, this is another question for me. I know, okay, my eyes are closed, I'm thinking. I know my sump turnover is not high enough because I'm fussing around with a Carlson surge device and a dialed down DC pump. What is in the Triton biological macroalgae style of filtration, what is the preferred flow through rate of the sump compared to the display?
Good question. That's really good. And people freak out and go, you guys tell us that we need to run it 10 times the display tank per hour throughout, and that's impossible. I can't do that. I can't achieve it. I can't do the Triton method. It's too much. It's not about that. And we just try to give people, again, ideally, it'd be great if you could achieve that. If you don't, if you're somewhere between 5 and 10, that's fine. It gives people something to push towards, but it's also but I don't know exactly because I've got these pipes and I've got so much head and corners, and it's not about that either. It's about just saying the pump you've got is rated, aim for 10 times. That's
10 times. Okay. So
10 times. Okay.
I had a feeling it was going to be a lot higher than what the hobby monitor said in the past, which was about 4 or 5 times turnover.
Yeah, I was going to say 3 to 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you why, and this is important too. What we're trying to achieve with getting as high as you can is making sure that the filter and the display tank is one homogeneous body of water. Okay? So you don't have like the water slowly percolating down to your refugium and your sump tank, and and you're adding all your elements in there, and it's kind of just trickling back into your display, where you end up having 2 completely different bodies of water. It's only about reaching homogeneity, like homogeneous system where everything's the same. That's what we're trying to achieve. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes complete sense, because there's so many people that say, well, you should have a real slow rate of filtration so that it goes through slowly and all the elements can be absorbed and the pollution taken out. And it's like, well, it doesn't work that way. It's one body of water. You want to whip that pollution back to there as fast as possible. And if it misses it, whip it back around again as fast as possible. Yeah.
Circle. Keep going. Get around there. Get around. Trap the protein in the protein trap.
All right. Senior Ding Dong. Balance for me is on a fish-orientated system. I prefer UV, ozone, sulfur. And on a coral-dominated system, I prefer algae. How does that lie with you?
Yeah, I think that everyone undersells and undervalues the fish-only live rock system. They kind of go, oh yeah, I'm just doing this. I'm not doing coral, right? But if I ever did one, I reckon my aim would be having a kick-ass, like massive angels, all the fish I can't keep because I love coral.
That's the one because they're the ones because you're a bloody collector back in the day, and they would make you the most money. No, what you mean is a kick-ass display full of damselfish and humbugs and chromis.
Yeah, love humbugs. They're awesome. They're easy to catch too. I'll tell you a story about you came back to do you learn to catch fish or coral first? And I'll tell you my first collection of coral with Lyle. It's quite the trip. But I'd have a fish. If I had a display in, my office or that, and I just want fish only, I would still want my rock work covered in coralline. I'd want to have that real, you know what I mean? Like purple, not all for reef. Oh, not all for reef. The purple rock you buy from it's already man-made and painted purple.
Yeah.
I want to have a coralline growing on it everywhere. I want to have a full coralline tank with mad fish going around. That would be what I'd be aiming for. And in that case, yeah. And what's the key? What's the biggest problem with a fish-only system? You want to have low nutrient. You don't want to be doing water changes. So you then grow the algae. You need to support the algae. You still have to add, and you're not adding all those, like you said, coming back again to if you're just starting a tank, you're not having Acropora and you just want to have LPS, that just means you're not dosing as much Core 7. You're just adding a little bit at a time because the demands for alkalinity, it's only dosed on alkalinity demand. So you actually, I think someone wrote, one set of Core 7 lasted 500 days or,
Hang
2
on.
years.
So what's Core 7? What's Core 7?
Core 7's our core supplementation, calcium, magnesium, alkalinity, as well as some of the macros like, boron, strontium, all these things. So we put it all together. So it's not just the barling method, which is just calcium, magnesium, alkalinity. It's also the other macros or major traces. And then if you don't have an algae filter, then it doesn't have the algae support. And if you have the algae filter, then you use the base elements, which has the algae support, which helps you get rid of the nutrient.
How many bottles in the Core 7?
Well, it depends. So it's flex. It's called flex because we want to make it flexible for people. So you can either have it, you could mix it. You got to mix it yourself in Australia. We don't sell the jugs like liquid because we don't want to ship water around Australia. It's too expensive. Yeah. You can do it yourself, right? So you can mix it 2 ways. You can mix it as a 2-part, or alternatively a 3-part, 4-part. It's up to you. So if you want to just have it as a 2-part, you can mix it with calcium and magnesium and all the other elements in 1 part, in component 1, and then you mix the alkalinity in the 2nd part. So you only need 2 dosing heads. And then you can use the other 2 dosing heads for your mite mix bottles.
Okay. So, all right. So we're talking about it. So a fish-orientated system, which is what I like to prefer, right? Okay. So my biggest issues with a fish-orientated system is you feed heavily, you get nitrate, you might employ a sulfur reactor, which drops your alkalinity out. You get phosphate buildup, you get a drop in pH, and you end up getting an imbalance between nitrate and phosphate. You get cyanobacteria blooming because you got the phosphate through the roof. Trace elements, you start to ignore them. I'm just trying to interpret seeing a ding dong's message here. Balance means a fish orientated system for UV and ozone and sulfur for nitrate. Are we ignoring a fish only system out there? Cairns Marine back in the day. Okay, think Cairns Marine with their big gropers, their big trevallies, their Maori wrasse. Yep, all that kind of thing. Were the levels in their systems, their fish systems, getting high on phosphate, nitrate? Were they dropping in pH and alkalinity? Look out.
Yes. You always had to fight those things. But you can do, that comes back to, yes, you are fighting those things generally with big, large animal. And again, it's a completely different ball game because we're using those fish in that short-term holding before we'd send them to public aquariums, and we'd have to fast them for depending on the fish and the metabolism of the fish. Like a groper, we'd have to fast for almost 2 weeks before we'd send it to let that clear before we put it in a container and shipped it however many hours across the planet. Maori wrasse got a very fast kind of digestive tract, so they wouldn't be fasted as long. But you kind of put extra, what do you call it, bulk. We feed them heavily. So we actually, all those animals at Cairns Marine were overfed, I would say. Overfed for a reason, because you want to give them, build up their energy stores and get them really as strong as possible before they had the fasting before being shipped on the other, in a shipping container with no real filtration that's going to maintain or reduce the ammonia that builds up. So yeah, it's a completely different thing to running a aquarium and how you do that. But a fish only system, again with live rock, because I believe that you're only making life hard for yourself if you don't use live rock. If you try and use man-made rock, I think that if you want to aim for a really beautiful display and reduce, and you got two options. You got the bacterial option to get rid of nitrate, or you got the algae option. And the other thing that I said food's important, but the pH balance, that was something you just kind of touched on. Like you don't get that with the bacterial side of things. Whereas if you reverse light that refugium, you really get that balance of pH from the day. Not to say it won't change, but it won't swing as much as it would. You can really kind of minimize pH swing through reverse lighting your refugium to your display tank with the algae.
I'm going to put on some video. I've got a question for you, Julian, before we go too far. What are those lights?
Good question. What are they? Mate, I'm at this time of night on a Sunday, I can't remember exactly what brand it is. They're not something they had those lights. I can tell you they're putting the Amazonias on. I think it's Amazonias. Yeah. They're changing them because these are the lights they had.
So the Amazonas will be the Orphec ones, which are those dark black round ones there.
Mm.
But what are those? But those thin white ones that are like a cluster of LED diodes. Those.
Yeah, I can find. I'd have to call Brad, and we'll talk to Brad tomorrow and I can put it down in the things at the bottom at some point. But I'm not sure, mate. To be off the top of my head, I can't remember what brand it is.
Well, I'm curious because obviously there's so much Asian stuff out there, Japanese type stuff, and it's like we don't even have awareness of that because we're so stuck in the Illumagic and Ecotech and Orphec realm.
Yep. I mean, we use the Illumagic. We love them. We love them because they're easy to work on and change the pucks and stuff if you need to. So yeah, that's why we use them. And Isan used to design his own lights, so he really knows what he's talking about with that side of things. And he looked at all the different options, and yeah, he went with the guys at Illumagic in the end.
Ugly Man's Reefing 1862 with a Zoolander picture says the white ones are Orphex. Really?
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I think, yeah, if he probably knows because he can see them. But yeah, wouldn't surprise me if they're Orphex.
So this is the Cairns Marine Aquarium. We're going to have to start wrapping up, mate. We're on 3 hours and 26 minutes of bullshit talking.
I was going to say, mate, you said 4 hours and I laughed and I said, no way. You've pushed me.
Yeah, we can talk shit for a long, long time. So, okay, now here we are in a shop in Brazil, which I've got to say is a bloody good shop because when I look at what's yet to be their holding racks are some bloody nice SBS coral colonies, which look very settled in. This is obviously the display tank, obviously all Triton run, which is the reason why we're seeing it. But I'm going to have to get you to clarify some prices pretty soon because where are we? Very nice.
You are?
Salt.
Yeah.
Where is that? Is it in Brazil?
Yeah, Sao Paulo.
Look at these. Like that's phenomenal. Like, look at these coral colonies in there. They're not just cut and put in there. They've been there they're well and truly settled in. But 8,200. What?
Yeah, it's not Australian dollars, and it's not US
No, I
dollars.
didn't think that.
Whatever
What is it?
whatever the Brazilian dollar is, it's not as crazy as it looks, but they're beautiful.
Peso.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in the US. If you walk around, if you go to shops in the US, it blew my mind seeing what they're selling, what your options are compared to Australia. You know, these
In a good way or a bad way?
Oh no! How do I say it? I mean, they don't know any different, but they don't know how. Well, we don't know how lucky we are to be able to buy colonies. A bit like what we're seeing here. You know, fist-sized colonies, and you don't see a piece of coral that big in a retail. Well, the ones I went to in a retail shop in the US, because what happens is we would send a Cairns Marine colonies that size to the importer, say Quality Marine or Sea Dwelling Creatures or multiple different ones, and Route 66. They would then take them and chop them up into pieces, and I don't know how small they'd cut them up to, but then they send them to the shops, and the shops then break them down again to smaller pieces and frag them up. So by the time the person who gets to look at them and pick one, that's chop to a point where it's maybe a centimeter, 10 mil of a frag that they then get to choose from. So yeah, it's a completely different market that we are very, very.
But has the media, the social media, the brands over there somehow funneled the hobbyists into thinking that this is the hobby? The hobby is having a 3 foot, 4 foot tank, whatever it might be, and you have your aquascape, which from freshwater roots we know is not a fucking aquascape, don't we, Julian? Like, it's not a fucking aquascape. And yeah, we don't have to go there yet, do we? And then we're going to plant all these little frags all over it, and it's like that's the setup. It's a museum shop. Is that the way that the North American market pushes the hobby, the brands, the social media, the marketing, the retail store? That's what it is.
It's got even worse, mate. This is how crazy
worse.
It is, right? And listen, you don't have any idea until you see it. There's two things that kind of really blew my mind a bit, because I keep reef tanks, and I'm sure you with your freshwater and salt, we try and recreate nature, right? That's what we're about. Yeah. We're trying to make something that looks like what we would hope to see on the reef, right? That's our aim, and we do everything we can to get there. There are people over there that don't have a reef tank the way we think about it. They just have it's almost like let's say like a collectible stamp, like a stamp collection or a coin collection, right? They have frag tanks. That's all they have. They don't actually have. There are guys that I've met at Reefapalooza who don't have an actual display tank. They've just got this. They're growing, different coral. They're growing them, and they're fragging them, and they're swapping them, and they get different varieties, and they have the egg crate, and they have all the little plugs, and they're collecting different variations of colors of coral, and it's a completely different hobby in a way. They're trying to achieve the same thing.
All look down like it's a shallow lagoon. I hate that frame lagoon because they don't know what a lagoon is. But that square, shallow lagoon style tank where they're looking down and they're seeing their frag sitting there. That's the hobby.
Yep. Not the hobby, not everyone, but I'm just saying there are people in the hobby. That's their thing. That's all they have. They don't have a display tank. They just have these collections of different frags, and they grow them and encross them and then break them up and then swap them and try and collect others varieties of colors and things. It's a different thing. And there's also what I've seen is, I call it the Smurf Brigade. The blue light has become almost overwhelmingly spread through the industry, where people are scared to put white light on their tanks. And there's this thing that's grown over time that you can overlight you can burn your coral with too much white LED light. There's absolutely no way you can burn SPS with LED light. You're never getting close to what's up there. And
but is that because is part of that because the hobbies turn fashion-wise more towards some of the LPS type corals?
Well, it's not just the LPS; it's the SPS. You know, you look at worldwide corals. That's probably one of the big movers and shakers in the American industry these days. And I've been to their, like when we were in Orlando, we went and had a tour. Incredible. Like their facility is incredible. You go through it. Guys there are really knowledgeable. They're doing, you know, they've got beautiful varieties of different, everything you can imagine. Huge facility. When you go in there though, it's all lit blue, and they run their whites super strong before the doors open and after the doors shut. So the guy that walks in there only ever sees those corals under super blue light, where you can see 6 colors, where if you had the white light on, you'd only see maybe 1, you know. And that's where color, the number of colors in a coral equals dollars, you know. So if you can have 1 color in a coral, it's worth this much. If you can have 2 colors in a coral, it's worth this much. If it's got 4 colors, it's Walt Disney, it's Home Wrecker, it's you name it, you know. And that's what's pushed the hobby to the point where I'm seeing people at home with their home aquariums showing me their light schedule, and I'm going, "Where's your white light, mate?" And they're like, "Yeah, we don't really run. We don't. Maybe 30% we run white light for a few hours." It's like, well, you're underlighting, and the coral growth and the coloration is retarded. I'm allowed to say that word with coral. It actually does. It affects the growth of the coral and the color variance. So that is where the hobby has shifted people's the hobby, or is it the marketing has shifted people's husbandry of their coral. And it's definitely an issue I see with American. If you want to ask me about American hobbyists, one of the biggest problems is that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I work by myself and I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I listen to some American and some British, and it seems that British is a lot more open generally towards the white full spectrum. But I guess I'm torn in a way, because I like to go underwater and I see what natural light looks like from a shallow water depth. I don't go scuba diving, but I'm snorkeling down to about 10 meters. And funnily enough, you know, you go overseas and you put some footage up of natural coral reefs on YouTube, and it doesn't really get a hit because it's not quite what people want to see. But then I think to myself, doesn't matter. Like, there's this yin and yang, doesn't matter. Like, once an organism such as a coral is taken away from the reef, it's no longer of any value to that reef, other than the possibility of providing some sort of education or awareness. I don't know. Does it matter if that person goes and puts it under blue light and enjoys their hobby? And that's the yin and the yang that like blows my head away, because I think it'd be great for people to see what a real reef looks like, or a real whatever marine environment looks like, but I'm not sure it really matters at all.
Adam, I'm not a snob. I'm not a snob about saying how you reef or how you should reef, right?
Hang on. I want you to say that again.
I'm not.
Julian is not a snob.
I'm not a snob. I'm not a reef snob. You do what you want to do. Don't complain to me that your corals aren't growing fast and you're not getting the coloration that you want, and then tell me that you don't want to run white light. You know, then I'll go, well, you reef you, and that's the way it's going to be. But, you know, you still get all the colors, all the things that they're trying to achieve with the blue. You still get them. You just need to run the white light for, look, we run fulls, as you know, pretty much as strong as we want to run for 8 hours through the day, full blue, full white, right? And then you come at the end of the day and you turn those blues on, things just pop. You know, they look ridiculous. So you get all those colors there. You don't gain color by, and actually I would say you lose it, because if you underlight your corals, they produce more zooxanthellae in their tissue to try and generate more energy, because you're not giving them enough. And then because they haven't generated more zooxanthellae, they brown. So you're losing the pigment. The true pigment of a coral shines its brightest when you have your nutrients ultra low, which you've got to be careful with. But if you get ultra low nutrient and super hard light, you get the shiniest, you get the brightest colors, because the pigment of the true pigment of the coral shines, whereas and the zooxanthellae drop out. That's where you get the really
That reminds me of, there was a guy on YouTube a while ago, Abe. I don't know if he's still there or not. I don't think he is. He had a channel. It's quite a good channel on YouTube called Coral Euphoria. And he was a great coral grower, SBS grower. He had a really simple concept, and that was that you would have a lot of input and a lot of output. So massive in, massive out, which really spelled to me that's the way the coral reef works. Constant barrage of plankton, light, upwellings, and a constant flush out as well.
We'll say one thing. I think that the was plankton, but things like phytos become this. You know, everyone's dosing phyto, everyone's dosing everything, bacterial supplements. You know, like so many products, mate. Like I had a guy in the US, him and his wife. I ended up speaking to them because they're part of the program over in America. So I spoke to him on WhatsApp, and I said, "But you got super high nitrate, super high phosphate. What are you putting in your tank?" I wish I had asked him what he's not putting in his tank. That would have been a shorter list of things. He just kept going. He kept adding, and I was like, and you're wondering why you've got high nutrient. Like, it was unbelievable. And it just, you know, again, I said to him, I used to run aquariums around Cairns when I was 30 kilos ago, and I used to just use fish. It was just fish food. It was fish food, and it was keeping them.
Hang on. I've got to find a picture of you 30 kilos ago. That's not it, obviously.
No, he's going to get fat one day. That one? No, not those. They're all fat. That's fat Julian. I'm waiting for you to find the one where I'm laying in a cold room at a cooler room at my local pub with meat trays draped over me. I'm sure you're going to pull that out somewhere.
No,
Tell me you did. Good.
Oh, hey, here's a healthy Julian.
Yep. Lots of pies, meat pies. Bobby's pie van. I probably ate 2 every day.
I got a question for you. Chris Extra 747, Julian, you talked about turning off your UV light. I've run mine for 4 months to eradicate white spot, which it did, but my softies have been shrinking over that time. So should he turn it off for a bit? Could UV be causing soft corals to shrink?
Not to my understanding. I don't think that'd be the reason. That in my experience, I can't see how UV would affect the soft corals. I think that there should be other things that are causing irritation, or again, I can only say a couple of things with soft coral. I know nickel is important for their expansion. That's a really important trace element for soft corals. To be able to, the mechanism for them to expand and retract is important to make sure your nickel is being added. Not to do with their health, but more importantly for the health of the coral around them, probably one of the most common problems I'm solving for people who are having great success with their soft corals and their some LPS, but struggling to move into the next zone where they want to keep SPS. The first question I ask when someone just says, oh, I've got a mixed reef and I want to try and get SPS to survive, but I'm not having luck, is I ask them generally for a photo of their tank so I can actually look at it. And oftentimes I'm seeing this massive, big sarcophyton toadstool in the middle of their tank, right? And then I say, please tell me you're running carbon, like you're always running carbon 24/7 and you're recharging it all the time. And they go, oh yeah, I don't run carbon. Or yeah, I run it, but I probably haven't changed it that often. I'm like, mate, you're not keeping SPS because of that dirty big toadstool. It's killing your SPS.
Okay, so hands up here, hands up, that's me. How often? So that, yeah, 100% that's me. Because we know what I see. I was in Vanuatu last year with ads, and it was a reef that was dominated by Acropora, Poecilopora eduxii, which is that big cat's claw kind of Poecilopora, and Sarcophyton. That was it. It was dominated by that, and it's an amazing look.
Yeah, rare, very rare to find those things living closely to each other. I would just say that from my experience here, and maybe there was insane flow going through that area that makes it kind of not an issue. But generally, they try.
It was a shoreline reef, but it's something I've gone, shit, I want to replicate that. So if you've got sarcophytons in your aquarium, they're going to fuck up with your SPS.
Yep, 100%. That's their job. You know, they generally will try to. Everyone doesn't realize that the reefs it's warfare. They're out there trying to kill each other, right? Everyone looks at this peaceful reef and they go, oh, it's so beautiful and everything's just chilled out and happy. But they're going toe to toe. Everything's fighting for space, and everything's trying to kill each other. Each thing around it. They're trying to gain territory and overgrow the next one before it gets overgrown. It overgrows you and then takes you. So, and they're all fighting. So, yes, soft coral generally doesn't live in the same place as a lot of. I'm not saying all SPS, because Isan found one too. He said there was incredible soft coral patch he went to, soft coral everywhere, and one species of Acropora living amongst it. And he said it stood out, like he's never seen that type of habitat, but just combination of, you know, soft coral and an Acropora. And if you go right out to the outer barrier, you don't see that many soft corals. I don't think you'll see a sarco, you know. So you can do it, and I tell everyone who's doing it, I said, do it, but just run carbon all the time and get rid of those. They're actually called there's a name for the it's like kerosene. It's not kerosene. It's called terpenoids. Terpenoids. So they will actually release the terpenoids that that are designed to kill things around them in the ocean. So you think how much they're producing to kind of make that barrier where the water's constantly getting.
Will ozone knock those out as well?
I'm pretty sure it will, but carbon does it. Just run carbon. It's simple.
Well, carbon's expensive. So, like, how often you talk about changing the carbon? Every 2 weeks? Every week? Every 3 days?
Like 3 weeks to a month.
Because you hear so many different concepts in regards to carbon that it might be consumed or it might have exhausted itself within 2 or 3 days. And it's like, well, shit, that's a lot of carbon you're going to go through.
No, I don't think that. I think that someone selling carbon would tell you that. But I think every 3 to 4 weeks, you should change it. If you're running big, if you've got big soft corals, big sarcos in your tank, and you want to keep SPS.
And the next question I've got for you, is it just SPS or is it Acropora specifically? Will Montipora, will Ceratopora, will Poecilopora, Stylos, will Pavonas, will they be okay with leather corals? Or is it Acropora specifically or SPS in general?
I don't have a list that I've kind of sat down and worked out, but I reckon that most of those SPS live out in the reef. The further out ones won't like the ones that, won't like the soft corals live on the more the inshore areas. So if that species, again, without listing specific things, lives further out and not on the inshore, then yeah, I would easily, just if you want to keep it simple, people, break it down to SPS. SPS, you want to have sarcos, run carbon, which I think carbon anyway. We run carbon all the time because it does take out those tannins, organics out of the water, keeps it crystal clear. I think it's beneficial to do. And if you did have, things that are coming in from the environment, be it someone smoking durries around the tank all the time, or maybe things on your hand that you're putting in your tank that you don't even think about because you don't wash your hands properly, you don't wear gloves, then all those things, at least you've got carbon as a bit of a, it's hot. It's,
right.
It's the, if you need it.
So how often do you replace the carbon, and what carbon are you guys in Triton using?
Once a month with Triton carbon.
Triton carbon. Oh my lordy.
What do you want me to say? No, we're using Aquaforest.
The ring that rules them all.
We'd like to use our own carbon, but it's too expensive. We use Aquaforest.
Seriously?
We use Triton carbon. Of course we do. What are you talking about?
You hear it now. Go Aquaforest. Cheaper.
Yeah, go for it. Good luck.
Okay.
I like seven. What is it?
Are
you going for 4 hours? Are you going for 4? Is that the record? Are we going for?
Fuck yeah, mate. We're going 4 hours. We're 3 hours and 49 minutes, and I am out of whiskey. We haven't finished the rest of your Triton show tanks. We haven't finished Brazil, and we haven't finished Mexico. And I'm out of whiskey, and we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes. Do you want to go get a refill? We got 19 people still sticking with us right now at midnight.
Okay.
Isan's gone to bed.
Yes, he has. He went hours ago.
He's gone, fuck you, you've ruined my business because you've been telling people that they should be doing this and doing that. Oh, I've got a question for you about nano tanks, by the way. This is a serious question about nano tanks. So what I'm going to say, we can make a record here. The Beta Reefer says, yeah, I hate the ridiculous names of corals, especially when they're given to them by countries that aren't even from them, i.e. America or Europe. But I do like, Gary, how you going, buddy, out there? But I do like the coloration of Walt Disney for something different in my tank. He likes a bit of Walt Disney going up there. What do you reckon, mate? We'll go get a refill. We'll ask my serious question. We'll beat the record, and then we'll have a message in a bottle.
Okay, let's do that.
All right. So you go and do that. For everybody out there, I'm going to start playing the Triton Reef Tanks track. Okay, Julian, get a refill. Go. Now, for everybody out there that is still with us now, Gary, hey, Gary, why are you still up, mate? We didn't go snorkeling today, which was a disappointment, but I had to go and get a mangrove jack. By the way, everybody out there, I picked up a second mangrove jack today from a fellow Coffs Harbour aquarist, a mangrove jack that was being an absolute dick, a murderous dick. Killing and maiming freshwater co-inhabitants of the aquarium. And I thought, shit, well, let's just progress the experiment of mangrove jacks, put it in my saltwater aquarium, see how it would go with its murderous instincts in a saltwater aquarium, in the proximity of a second mangrove jack. And I can say that it's being an absolute wuss. Cheers.
I'm back.
Now, you're back. Hang on, mate. I'm going to show you, Julian, a whiskey that you should not drink.
Good. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Right.
Don't get that.
In a box. In a box.
It was in a box. Yeah. It was in a box. Yeah. Somewhere it says smoky. I'm not even sure if that's the way you spell smoky.
The guy was smoking when he made it.
Yeah. I don't think it's the real McCoy. So, Julian, I've got an aquarium, and I was listening to a podcast. It was an Australian podcast. It was not going to go there. Anyway, back in the day, the concept of a marine aquarium was the larger you've got, the more stable it is, and the easier it will be for you to manage it.
Yep.
I challenge that shortly. Not yet, because I'm not a very good coral keeper, but I challenge that shortly with a 450 by 450 nano. What I'm thinking is, what is stability? Stability is either I'm going to turn your mind completely back on Triton here for a second for a nano, and I reckon this is the go. So stability is either micro-analyzing all those elements and maintaining them at a even plane.
Yep.
Or choosing a base point, natural seawater, and doing sufficient enough water changes on a daily basis to basically make your nano aquarium natural seawater.
Yep. You can do that.
So I think, and this is what I'm going to try and do, I want your opinion on this from a professional. I think if you've got it's a 450 mini cage thing, if you were to set that up with an IBC of 1,000 litres of natural seawater and have an auto water change system set up daily, so it would dump out, say, I don't know, 10% daily. I mean, auto water change is generally a 2 to 3% water change daily, yeah?
Yep.
Generally is. Let's up it. It's about a 70 litre, so it's about 7 to 10 litres. So you got 100 days. You got 3.5 months of water changes there at 10% daily. I reckon that would be a shit hot, stable little nano system. And I wonder, and I'm going to ask you right now, what I'm curious about, if you stick what I want to do is set it up as a coastal Coffs Harbour biotope style. You got some acro, some subtropical acro, some humulus, or some digitifera. Yep. You might have a bit of platygyra. You might have a bit of macro. You might have some acans. So there is definitely some encrusting and some stony corals there. What I'm wondering is that capable of being run on a water change only system indefinitely? In which case, I reckon that is the most easy to run system, because you can stick a fucking IBC at the back of your house with one pump, no dosing, daily water changes. What do you reckon?
Can I suggest something else?
No.
No, it's the same principle. But why would you need to change the water if you set up all that thing that's got linked to that IBC? why wouldn't you just run a constant, like make it part of your system and have the IBC as part of your tank? So you actually got the water flowing through a loop, which is going from the IBC to your tank. So it's flow through, as in not flow through. Sorry, it's magic. It's the illusion of a little tank, a nano tank, when you actually got 1,000 liters of water in the system,
So
which is
your IBC.
stability.
So you're trying to make my IBC a refugium, aren't you?
No. Don't have to make it a refugium. Just make it part of your system.
Right. So
you've got
what?
Massive system. It's 1,000-liter system, or 1,000 and whatever your nanos. But it's one big volume of water. That would be how I'd do it. Because the thing will go, okay, well, I got a little tiny tank, but I've got 1,000 liters. It's now a 1,000-liter tank. And they go, oh, now I've got a dose for 1,000 liters. No, you don't.
Well, no, you don't dose. What I'm saying is no dosing.
Well, then you don't need to either, because your alkalinity will drop so. There will be so much stability. You won't need to dose because you've got 1,000 liters, and the system is 1,000 liters, and you've only got a tiny tank with whatever consumption of alkalinity is in that tank. That's what I'd do in that scenario.
So what I'm wondering though is, you've got 7.8 DKH going in every day. You've got your nitrates and your nitrates and phosphates being removed, along with terpenoids and whatever else going on.
Yep.
So there's got to be a threshold level for that to be effective. I get that. You've got trace elements going in every day and being removed. What is it? Excess. Like there's a fertilization method in freshwater aquariums called the estimative index. And it's whereby you flood the system with fertilizer, and then you do a giant water change at the end of the week to reset the system. So I guess I'm trying to work from that by if you've got a small system, if you've got a large enough body of water to keep on flooding that system with fresh water, you won't have to do anything else.
You're right, and that all works, but you still look at it this way, right? When you've got a small body of water, the stability is not just water chemistry. It's also temperature. And I don't know how much you want to, how you obviously can control your temperature by your ambient environment that your tank's in. But if you, again, have your IBC in a place where, again, you've got control over it, it's not sitting out, if you're saying outside, where it's going to, but even if you had it outside and you're doing this constant flush through of water change, if it's sitting outside and freezing cold, you're going to be flushing super cold water into your little tiny tank, which would be another stress or instability. Whereas if you had one big volume, it doesn't matter if a trochus snail died in your little tiny nano. It wouldn't matter if you had
a Versa pump that was consistently dripping that water in, just drip, drip, drip. You set it for the day. You wanted, let's say 7 or 10 liters per day, and it was just dripping, 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 and then down from the all-in-one at the back, it was out, out, out.
Drip.
Yep. The heater in the back would keep on track of that, no worries at all. I just think my biggest issue with the saltwater aquarium, which is different from freshwater, is the saltwater aquarium seems to make things so fucking hard. And there's a mindset where the saltwater aquarium has to be this. It has to be the coral dominated aquarium, when the reality is, if you think about the freshwater aquarium hobby, most people aren't keeping those dominated aquascaped Brazilian style beautiful things. They're keeping a few gouramis and a few angelfish and a few barbs in their aquarium. And that's what makes the
bedders.
freshwater, or bedders. And that's why it's so big. The saltwater aquarium talks about how the freshwater side is so big, but the saltwater side is so small. But then it poo-poos on the average aquarium. And so there's got to be a way of making the average saltwater aquarium successful and accepted and happy. And that's why I'm just thinking that if you've got a small aquarium, just consistently dripping, water in, water out, it's got to be the easiest way.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to work out why, if you didn't just have, again, that one big system, okay, let's go through the problems. What's the problem if you had it all linked together and it was just one, it's just flowing through and it's going?
You would gradually reduce your levels of alkalinity, calcium, magnesium. Gradually.
Yep. So you don't want to, you're saying you don't want to dose anything at all.
No dosing. No dosing.
All right. So let's just say you have this IBC that when you're, but you've got to think about it too. You're actually not actually going to have that much alkalinity drag because you only got this little tank and you got a massive amount of water. So I don't think you'll see that alk drag down in a way that's like, you'll be surprised how long the alkalinity sits rock solid, because it's only going to be the amount of, again, the coral growth in that tank. And again, if you wanted to say, okay, because you're going to still have to, if you're doing water changes all the time and you're going to be dropping that water to waste, and you're going to have to refill that IBC.
Yeah.
Whereas if you every so often just open the tap at the bottom of the IBC, dropped out, a third of it or whatever, and then just topped it up, you'd be doing the same thing. You'd be would you not be achieving the same thing? I'm just trying to work out so I understand like what.
I think the issue there is when you've got one thing to do every so often, like every 3 months or 4 months or whatever it might be, i.e., all you worry about is that reserve in the IBC going lower and lower and lower until there's a threshold point reached where you have to dump it out and fill it up with fresh seawater or whatever water. It's very easy in life for you to go, oh, I can't do that tonight because I'm on a date with a lesbian that talks about Celestine prophecy. I thought you'd like that. We've all been there. You can't tell me you haven't been there.
Too many times before I was married.
Don't tell Jane. I think she's already heard it. Do you know what I mean, though? Like when there's something when there's one thing that has to be done at a certain time, invariably you'll miss it.
Yeah, right. And if anything's hard to do, it doesn't get done. And we always say you got to make things as easy. If you make things easy, then it gets done. And that's where I'm saying, like, if you had that big volume, I think you get all the benefits of temperature stability, trace element, alkalinity stability. You will get that still because the amount of consumption is not going to really dent the buffering capacity of thing. And you just went every now and then you did the same thing anyway. You're gonna still have to top up that tub, but instead of you just.
But it's only 3.5 months though. 3.5 months.
Yeah, every 3.5 months, just dump 50% of it and do it in one hit instead of constantly having to top up. You could just do once every 3 months, and even if you forgot because you had a date with a hot lesbian, you could just go and I'll do it next week because I didn't get a chance because it's there, it's stable, it's I say like it doesn't matter. Stability is the key. It doesn't matter if you run your DKH at 7 or at 8, and we always say between 7 and 8 because most of your test kits and your probes have a 1 ± 1 DKH error. So you could have, if you think you're running at 7, you could be running at 6 or 8. If you think you're running at 8, you could be running at 7 or 9. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you run at 6 or 9, somewhere in between, you're stable. That's the most important thing. And that's the most important parameter for coral. SPS, mainly, most importantly. So if you did what you're saying, but you, instead of having that water come in and then putting so much in and draining it just to put on your garden, I don't know where you want to put that salt water. But if you just every now and then said, oh, every 3 months I'm going to just drop half my IBC and get a new top up of salt water, I think that's even more simple. And you get all the benefits, all the stability that you get all the way through.
And you're talking about nothing being that IBC. There's no filtration. There's no algae. There's nothing in there. You're talking about being a static body of water, a static body of minerals and micro elements that you are drawing upon until it becomes not enough, in which case you dump.
I guess that's where, yeah, I know what you mean. Because you're just dumping the water to get rid of the export, the nutrient and stuff like that. So, yeah, I, again, would think that you're trying to find the way to have, water change all the time. Yeah, you can do it and do it the way you're saying. But I wouldn't do it that way. I personally would just have the IBC hooked up to a little reactor that went through and just kept your phosphates down.
But
it's about what you put in.
It's fascinating because the old school of thought was the bigger the body of water in your display, the more stable your system is. But the reality is you can have a very small display in your home, your living room, and have a reservoir outside, which we're doing either one of what we're saying here, and you'll get the same effect.
Yep. 100%. That's the great illusion you can create of people saying, I've got this little tiny tank, but you don't really. You've got a system, a certain size system, and that's where you can get all the benefits of a bigger volume. I would always have that. If not all of us have got wives that love what we do enough to give us a fish room, but guys who have a fish room have the ability to have, I'd always say volume is king. Like go as big as you can and hide it. You don't want it in your living room. You want to have just the thing that you want to, the jewel that you're looking at that just looks fucking awesome right in the place in your house. And you want to have all where the real work happens back somewhere else. That's how if I had everything just to have a fish room, that's what I'd have a big system out the back and only a little bit. I'm trying to think what it is who I've seen that did it really well, but it was that illusion. Like you look at them and go, how do they keep that? I think even like you could say, the David Saxby in the UK. I remember getting a practical fish keeping magazine when I was a kid, and it had his tank. I remember just blown away. It was probably the first marine tank I ever looked at, and was like, just wow. But he's got that kind of illusion going on where he's got big systems at the back, which allows him to have this tank that looks like it's got more coral and fish than water in it. And that's where you can achieve those things.
Well, I think his system goes under the road, doesn't it, mate? From what I've heard.
Mate, he's ridiculous. Like Hyde Park, he lives in, one of the most expensive real estate areas in London. Imagine more than Sydney. I mean, he doesn't do it. It's not, that is not his tank. His tank's really out the back. And we tested his water. He always said he knew David Saxby's water better than David did. Because we used to test his water every week. He'd send samples to our UK. Yep.
Okay.
So, that's you can achieve everything. It's I just say always, like, mate, what you're saying is definitely doable. You could do that constant flow through. It's effectively a flow through system in a way, which you're talking about. So, and you know what? Ames is doing it with some of their coral research. They've got constant flow through. But what they've actually been talking to us about recently is that the one problem they've got is at certain times of the year, the water they get to refill their IBC isn't good quality. it's a lot of, we got like council, so they get a lot of the wet season rain like we do. And where they collect their water does have, and shown up on ICPs in the past, their source water gets high in organic phosphate and other things. So they don't have the consistency of the water quality. And Easton always said with water change, you need to know that whatever you're changing that water for your aquarium has got to be better than the water that is in your aquarium. Otherwise, you're going backwards. You know, so if you can guarantee that the water you're always getting all year round to fill up your IBC, to let you do constant flow through and constantly flush whatever, if you can guarantee that, then that's great. But you are putting in another variable into your system by constantly bringing fresh water in, and you're not treating with ozone, you're not treating with UV. Where's it collected from? Is it bringing? Yeah, I mean, we had an oil spill in the Cairns Inlet recently, or there was something happened, and all the companies contacted us, like Cairns Aquarium contacted us, Cairns Marine contacted us. They were all worried because where they usually would get their water, they just didn't have the confidence to actually get the water. And suddenly, and it wasn't for the coral, that was the good thing for the coral tank at the Cairns Aquarium. It was for their other fish systems. And I said to Brad, the coral husbandry guy, I said, mate, thank God we're not doing water changes on the coral system, because I wouldn't feel confident. And if you rely upon the necessity for water change, then you're also at the you're at the risk that if that water that you generally think you can get all the time, if it's not available, then you're relying upon it, then you're putting yourself into a position of risk.
Yeah,
I know what I'd choose. Just don't water change, mate.
Julian. Julian, Prady87 asks, do you have a favorite coral? Favorite coral, go.
The walking dendros. I think they're the coolest little crazy coral. And I remember seeing them come through Cairns Marine and the story behind them. And actually, just if you had asked me that question a week ago, I probably would have forgotten about the fact that I love them so much, because I saw them pop up on something I saw. And they're actually the symbiotic. I don't know if everyone knows about them, but they're like a solitary coral that lives out in the sand, and somehow, again, and it's probably the parasitologist in me that likes the combinations. And symbiosis is actually a long way down the track from parasitism. Parasitism is where it starts, and eventually, when two things live together, or one sucks blood from another, eventually they just work together until the thing works out a way to. Because you don't want a parasite kill the host. You want to live with it as long as you can, suck it out, right? So eventually it becomes symbiosis. But anyway, the peanut worm, I think it's a type of sipunculate worm, somehow attaches onto the I always ask, is it the chicken or the egg? Is it the sipunculate worm that the coral attaches to, or is it the sipunculate worm that attaches to the coral? But eventually the coral grows around this worm, and you end up with this little, looks like we call them knuckle bones. They're little coral that it sits on the sand, and all of them have this little hole in the base, and this little worm lives up inside it, and it just comes out and it goes through this substrate, which is around the coral, and it moves. It actually, after a period of time, it must consume all the detritus that's in that area. It just puts its thing out, its proboscis, and then pulls the coral. So we call them walking dendros, because they just walk around your sand. And I think that's ridiculous. That's crazy.
Are they photosynthetic or non-photosynthetic?
I reckon they're non. I'm not 100%. They're definitely low light. They don't need much. I think that, but they seem to be really hardy. I'm surprised. I've seen them. They last for a long time. I think you definitely would need a substrate tank to let them, the sipunculate, do its thing. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that even if the sipunculate did die, then the coral can kind of keep going.
All right, Julian.
We done?
Have you got? No, we're not done, mate. This is 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Okay. He said, I'm coming in late tomorrow.
Look at that.
There's a little bit left there, mate.
Yeah, I just saw that too, funny enough. The bearded reefer, my good friend Gary asks, has anyone had an experience growing Walt Disney? He's about to buy a bloody Walt Disney from Gallery Aquatica. He's upset. He's doing really, really well with Acropora because he's so fucking slow when it comes to making any decision whatsoever, which is perfect for growing Acropora. He's so stable, it's ridiculous. So Have you got a Walt Disney, whatever the fuck that means, whatever kind of Acropora that is, in your Triton tank, Julian?
No, we don't have one. I think I'm pretty sure it's a tenuous or a Kenty, and probably someone can tell me the exact species. But I can say if it is a tenuous or Kenty, they're one coral that I would say is very common in the industry and very sought after because of some of the color variants. But it can be very touchy. It's not I wouldn't say a tenuous or a Kenty is I say Kenty because I'm pretty sure they've changed the name for the ones here in Australia. It used to be tenuous. But they're a coral that doesn't, it's not like a barley, what do you call it? Or there's a lot of ones I could say a good starting SPS. They're what I would call a challenge, like a advanced SPS, and they can be difficult long term.
So they'll crap out on you when you turn the other way.
Yep, and you need. I mean, I think if I was going to say what they need, I would say low nutrient. I would say well, fairly low. Keep your nutrients down. You want to have a really good flow. I think the problem that we've seen ESNs describe in the past is the tenuous grows in a way, and what you see is that in the end they grow into quite a dense colony, and they cause a lack of flow that's going through the actual. So unless your flow is really strong, you get this. You get the potential for dead spots and detritus to build up in the actual colony, and that causes bacterial blooms or like little bacterial spots that occur. And a lot of people have problem at certain times of year with tenuous dying in the middle of the colony. They'll get like sudden bleaching events in part of the colony, and that can grow and actually expand through the colony. But it can happen during times of high pollen count. So when the organic carbon levels in your tank go through the roof. So whenever everyone starts sneezing and asthma attacks are happening in your area, that's generally due to. I mean, it's not as much up here. We don't have the kind of problems that I think they do down in Victoria and stuff. But when you get all the flowers blooming and everything's like the pollen count, because the tanks suck it in, and if you got a skimmer, it's sucking it in as well. So that's when your organic carbon goes.
Can that be somewhat offset by the use of extra strong flow?
Yep, flow will help. Flow will help because you're not letting stuff build up in dead spots within the colony. Flows are really it's a never ending. It's something you got to kind of plan for, because if you're successful and you grow really big colonies of Acropora by just it's natural, you're actually getting more potential for dead spots in that, and an impediment of flow. As your reef grows and you've got colonies growing into each other, you imagine those power heads, those gyres and the different pulsing pumps, they're all sitting there on the sides of the tank, but the corals in front of them are becoming a wall. So you kind of got a plan for it. We don't run our pumps at 100%. We've got, I think they're probably 50% right now, with the expectation that we have to lift them to 100% as our reef grows in.
Okay. All right. Comment here from Senior Ding Dong. You could just plumb it into an IBC, so it's a super sump nano, and just change the IBC for 10 months. That's what you said.
Yeah, we agree. Great minds. Senor Ding Dong, you and me. Do it, Adam. Listen to Senor Ding Dong. Not me. Listen to him.
I'm just going through the comments, mate, because we've got to make sure we get everybody. All right, Gary here. Julian, Gary's my mate from Nambucca. He's a bit of an old bastard that gets cold in the water and freezes up if it gets a bit too cold. He's got himself a little painted crayfish, which is not quite. Hang on, where's those fishing ones? That's not bloody the fishing ones.
That's Mexico.
That's Mexico. Where are you, mate? Remove. Fishing. There it is there. He's got himself a painted crayfish.
My son.
Not your son. Gary. There it is there.
There it is.
He's got himself one of those tiny little guys. Have you had an experience of keeping painted crays, Julian? How fast they grow, their usefulness in a community style aquarium?
No, not personally. I've never done it. I know of people who've done it. They I wouldn't suggest it for a reef aquarium. They're amazing predators. They'll smash every fish in your tank at night time when they're trying to sleep. They'll go around and eat everything. So, they're a specialist thing. I think they're awesome. They taste awesome. I've not got an experience keeping them, but like I said, I've worked with the guys who do.
Did Cairns Marine ever send those guys overseas? Was that an export line?
Very rare, but for public aquariums, yes, we would go. We would go and get them. The divers would get them on trips, and we'd send them to public aquariums. But it wasn't a very common thing. Just public aquariums, not for common. They're beautiful when they're small, and you get them on the pylons and the inshore, on the coast, and they're pretty and they're blue and they look awesome. But yeah, it was generally we were collecting them for brood stock for aquaculture at that size, or public aquariums. Like even the Cairns Aquarium's got a few in their tanks there, just to make the dads all get excited.
Well, Gary, my mate, he's got a little tiny one. It's about 10 centimeters long, nice white feelers. And I'm trying to convince him that maybe he can put a nice little cube style aquarium in his dining room, and he can have dinner and watch it every night as it comes out to play. So I'm not quite sure how that.
Be careful with the fish.
Yeah. All right. Now, mate, we are on 4 hours and 26 minutes.
Record?
That's a record. That's a record.
I told my wife we wouldn't do this, mate. I told my wife, no way we're going 4 hours. So I'm already...
I think Anya was 4 hours. I think you beat Anya. I think she was 4 hours.
Gotcha, Anya. Gotcha.
I don't think Anya's watching. I don't think she's watching anymore, mate.
Not anymore, mate. Well, burner. But she's more passionate than I am about aquariums, reef aquariums. So I feel proud to have taken Anya's record.
All right. I can't see any more questions for you, Julian. So that might bring us to the end of the evening, whereby I must ask.
White milk. White.
Julian.
Adam.
I'd like to finish the evening with a question that's been asked by a previous guest without knowing who is the question being asked for. Your question is, What do you miss about the old days of your aquarium hobby / professional career?
What do I miss? I think that I look back to when I first started the hobby, and I was learning so much. It was a new, it was such a new thing for me that it seemed like everything I read and every person I spoke to, I just learned something new. So yeah, I'm still learning. I'm 100% still learning, but I just don't. I think it was just so exciting back then. That was really cool. It was like a massive steep learning curve, and yeah, I think that was exciting. There was excitement of the start of the hobby was the best bit.
So what you're telling me right now is that when you didn't know anything, that was the most exciting part.
That's right. It's like driving a car really fast, and you no idea what you're doing. You don't have fear. You don't have fear either. You've got no idea what you're doing. But yeah.
Fair enough. I understand that too. I recognize those days. Julian, thank you very much for being with us this evening for 4 hours and 26 minutes. For everybody out there in the world of aquariums, be it salt or fresh or reef or whatever, thank you for watching tonight or being with us tonight and watching afterwards. If you have any questions for Julian or myself and you're watching after the fact on YouTube, pop them down in the comments down below, and I will hope to ask them. If I can't answer them, I will contact Julian and then find the answer for you. And for those guys out there that have bear with us because they've been very saltwater heavy for the last few weeks, next week, rest assured, we're going very fresh. And so, Julian, good night. Thank you.
Good night, Adam.
Stick with me for a sec, Julian. I'll end the live stream. Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining another meeting of Aquariums Anonymous.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in.